So, Bob, what are your top contenders to pick from right now?
I don't know. It just depends on what everyone else wants to do as well, right? Because if all I need to do is be frontline damage, um, yeah, I can do the frickin' Dragoon. Sage probably looks better than it actually is in practice. Because, like, the things that make it has, I can use the no list to make attacks. Well, they're useless until I go subclass 1. But then I have the no lists are useless for defense, which they need to go for. I need to be subclass 2. So it's like, okay, well, what's the point if I'm gimped all the way around if I just take this? Like, it's almost like the creators intentionally. They're saying that it's balanced for 5e, and it's almost like you definitely balanced it, but you balanced it by undertuning it, right?
Yeah.
The answer, like I said, is the rogue, and it can cast spells and heal as well. But I don't know. There's a lot of questions and unknowns. Did you take a look at that document though?
Yeah.
What classes were you thinking of, if given the opportunity?
Well, again, like you said, it really depends on what everybody else wants to do. Because even in Final Fantasy, I was Omni with all my combat classes.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, oh, we need a tank one day. Okay, I'll do tank. Oh, we need a healer. Okay, I can heal.
Like I even looked at the white mage class option, and unfortunately, they don't have the most important thing, which is blood for the blood lily.
Sad about it.
Yeah.
But you do get to cast rock.
I do get to cast rock.
Most important ability you could ever learn.
But does rock fall?
Rock could indeed fall.
Yeah, the Dark Knight looks interesting, but so many of these things, like, I know the DM's gonna try to kill it too.
Yeah.
So, well, this is a one shot. So he's giving us level 14 to start off with. He's giving us 2 rare items of our choice and 4 uncommon items of our choice. And honestly, the biggest problem I have with this, I can't find good ones that don't require attunement. It's like, what? No, it's like you can only have 3 attuned items. I have 6, and okay, the most important 3 get picked for attunement. What do I get for? And here's one that doesn't require attunement. I still have 2 more. Although the one that I saw was that I thought was hilarious was getting for Dragoon, getting the immovable rod, jumping high into the sky and landing on the immovable rod while setting it. No, I would stop on the jump on the thing 40 feet in the air. Look, if I'm not being a floor tank as a Dragoon, I'm doing it wrong. Huh? There are some summoning items too. Just take several conjure elemental gems. Yeah, like one of the attuned items that I picked was the Book of Protection, +1 to AC, +1 to all my throws. Boring but effective. And then adamantine armor, which doesn't require attunement. So now I can't get crit. Oh yes, obviously. That was a rare one actually. And the other rare item I picked was the Belt of Hill Giant Strength because all these classes are overly nerfed. So I need multiple. If I just getting 20. Yeah, I think Boots of Elvenkind don't require attunement and they're uncommon. Dragoons don't need boots. They don't even need pants. Look. All Dragoons need is a spear and a healer to pick them up while making snarky comments. Because they will die. Isn't that right, Ern? Whoever implied that I was a good Dragoon. Damn it, Bob! I'm a white mage, not a miracle whirler. Goodbye, Cad. Have fun, don't wear pants.
I told Bob that like a good Dragoon, I was gonna jump up right now. How's it going, guys? Yeah, no, I've talked about this before, but like, and I know Bob knows this, but just for the rest of chat, like when I played Dragoon, I usually was the last person alive in our group. I very rarely went down or died to mechanics outside of like Norm, and it's because either I would never take a hit that I couldn't weather, or I just simply did not take a hit. So it's always funny to me to see the like concept of Dragoons being the floor tanks in Final Fantasy, because I'm just like, why were people so bad? Like, how is it that the entire class was just bad at timing jumps? It's like it's the main class mechanic. You would assume that people would focus on that and not be bad at it, but I understand, having seen it firsthand myself, how other people act. New starting screen? Yes. We're just getting the go live tweet out here. Okay, the tweet is live. Do me a favor, go give it some love. What's the inspiration for this? This is Race Queen Aurelia. Could you guys not tell? I know it's like the piece is actually not like true widescreen, so like it's bigger than you can see here. But I'm still waiting on the artist to tweet it out. So, like I said, if they haven't tweeted it out by next week, I'll go ahead and do it myself. But I don't want to like be that guy that like sits there and is like, hey, you haven't tweeted it. Hey, you haven't like shown it off to people. So it's like if they want to take their sweet time getting it out, they will. But like again, no sense pressuring it. Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Don't hurt me no more. Okay. Maybe my headset is just loud. Maybe that's what it is. Hello, everybody. How's it going? Here is today's artwork. Go give the artist some love. Hello, Zafir. Here to you guys over on this side of things. Kat had a nice shave and shower and washed my hair, and I feel so clean now. I feel pure because, you know, sitting at home all day, every day, I haven't been doing the best with personal hygiene. So like I did that to make sure that now I am on the up and up. Pure? Yes, pure. So anyways, I'm here on JP basically working through some of those 5 AP notes. But yeah, we got some interesting stuff kind of. We got done with Trom last night, as you guys know. That stream went late. I went basically until about midnight my time, which is about an hour over when I normally go. So again, apologies to anybody that had to go to sleep and was trying to watch. But again, you can find it in the VOD. I did get to see the ending. I did get to react to it. I also got to talk to Trubs about it quite a bit today, and it was pretty an interesting conversation. I am very, very close to figuring everything in FGO out. That the story itself does not like give you all the answers or anything like that. Some people had kind of led me to believe that, but the story 100% does present some things to you that are answers to questions that you've had prior to this point, and it definitely helps set the stage for things to come. So it is an interesting singularity nonetheless. I did largely enjoy Trom to a degree that I think like there's aspects of Trom that I just flat out like better than Lost Belt 6. And I think the big reason for that just has to do with the fact that so much of Trom is about like finding the truth and kind of just pursuing the entire premise of that singularity that like I didn't really feel like it was too twisted or anything that I couldn't enjoy. Whereas with something like LB6, as much as I liked it, I had my issues with it. So at the end of the day, I'm really happy that Trom was written the way that it was. Even though I had, you know, small gripes with it here and there, it was nothing too major. But yeah, now we got to wait all the way till December for LB7, which is going to be an interesting one. Again, we did get the Kyokute Bakin review out today. Go give that a check if you guys haven't already. Whole reason why, like I said yesterday, that we're going to be trying to get these out ahead of time, even though we know Hakenden's probably not till the first week of June, is basically that first week of June could be something like June 4th. It could also be as early as June 1st. And so I was like, let's go ahead, get the review out. Then I'm not beholden to whatever the type of crap is that the devs try to pull, because they've already been accelerating faster than we anticipated them to. They've already been combining things and trying to overlap things. So I didn't want to like end up at that point. But okay, let's quickly run in here and do some of the storm pods, as I'm already at 6. Almost a very digestible read. Yeah, I do think so. I think it has its moments of intricacy. It has its interesting points to make, but I did largely enjoy it. Hmm. Yeah, it's fine. Loved Cream and Sieg story. Yeah, like I said, I don't want to get into spoiler territory because I'm sure some people still aren't done, but we can have a discussion at some point. I did find it very, very enlightening. I don't think we get Bakin until the 10th of June. No, I think you get Bakin before that. But like when it is, we'll see, right? And the thing that I'm kind of trying to like point out is that either way, I don't care when it happens. I just want to be prepared because the devs have been going faster than they're supposed to, in effect. So there's clearly something that's up their butt, basically, and got them in a hurry. So, like, whatever that is, we can't seem to perceive it, but we can at least prepare for it. And that's why, like, I figured I'd just go ahead and get the stuff out, even though I said earlier that I wasn't going to. Type, thank you for the resub. Appreciate it. Yeah, I did finish it last night. More dangerous character, yeah. Interesting news that I saw today, including a rumor that Valve is gonna get offered by Microsoft to be bought out, and I'm like, yeah, I just don't believe that in the slightest. Not that I don't believe that Microsoft wouldn't dare try, but I just don't actually see that being a thing. Like, mostly because Gaben's just kind of already rich beyond belief. He can be even richer if he wants to. And I'm not going to say that he wouldn't want to. I'm just going to say there's no real point in him necessarily doing it. And if the rumors are to be believed, it would be a $16 billion acquisition. They paid $70 billion for Activision. And I'm sorry, Valve is worth more at this point. Maybe not because you don't have the rights to the IPs, but certainly because you're quite literally buying the marketplace. If you were to ever purchase Valve, you would be buying the PC marketplace in effect. As I believe, even though there are several other PC stores, it is reported that 70% of all like PC gaming goes through Steam. So as a result of that, it's like that is just a huge lion's share of the market that you would be purchasing. There's just no way that is not worth far more than 16 billion. In fact, I think I was seeing that Valve made something to the order of like $10 billion like back in 2022 for the year. So that was just their yearly revenue. So 16 billion is like a hilariously, stupidly small amount of money for what you would actually pay in order to acquire it. So it's like, I don't think it's an actual legit rumor. I think it's just basically crap to stir the pot. But I will say it has been at least invigorating to see at least Twitter's reaction to such news. And that's that regardless of whether or not it's true, that nobody would really want this to happen. And I'm like, yes, good, right? Like this not only to me is a testament to like how people feel about Valve and how people understand how important it is, and also kind of a judgment against like the things that are currently going on in the gaming industry and basically Microsoft's role in all of it. I don't want to sound like a Microsoft hater or anything like that. I don't want to sound like a Sony fanboy or anything like that. But at the end of the day, I really do believe that Microsoft needs to be knocked down a peg, because I believe that their idea is that they can simply just throw money at every problem that they have, and that they don't really care about gaming as a whole. It's all just a revenue scheme to them. So at that point, like, as far as I'm concerned, fuck them, right? Like, I like I said, I have no ill will. I have Xbox as a console. I don't have the current generation, but I do have, 2 prior Xbox consoles that I've purchased. So it's not any sort of like bias against Microsoft or anything like that as a whole, so much as it's just my current analysis of how they appear to be acting. Would be okay with this. Yeah, there's just no way you wouldn't get trust busted if Microsoft were to ever try to buy Valve. At that point, they would own PC Game Pass and Valve, and I think you could literally say that they basically would own 90% of the PC gaming market. And at that point, like, I'm sorry, I don't see how that's not a functional monopoly. I mean, you could make a strong argument that Valve itself has a monopoly right now. The biggest reason why it basically doesn't is because Valve doesn't really do anything to try and stifle competitors. It doesn't sit there and like say like, oh, you can't host your game on our service for the most part, because it has a set of rules about that, but those rules are just very straightforward and are mostly consumer protection rules rather than like Valve like trying to make money off of you or anything like that. So at that point, like, I don't really see that if you were to ever put Valve under the microscope that it would actually like have any merit. So like Microsoft's actually interested in making games. No, and I'm going to be honest with you. I agree with that. I think now people are beginning to come to the realization that I had about like 5 or 6 years ago. And that's that Microsoft really just viewed gaming as another revenue stream. It did not actually have interest in it. But, they had the Xbox people out there saying all the good things and making all the right moves. And a lot of people really liked Microsoft and thought that, like, they could do no wrong, that their shit didn't stink. We still see this day to day on Twitter and in other various communities that, like, there's just all these Xbox fanboys. I don't really have issues with people liking the Xbox product or liking the Xbox games that have come out in the past that were, exclusives and stuff like that. But I think this is a valuable lesson in like sort of deifying any person or company and thinking that they can do no wrong, right? Like, I'm sorry, but at the end of the day, it was pretty clear to someone like me that Microsoft just wanted a quick buck out of this. And that at the end of the day, they don't really care about the actual artistry of making a video game. And I'm not going to say that Sony does either, just so we're clear here. But it's like, it's a good wake-up call, I think, for everybody in the industry to be like, hey, hold on, this isn't a good idea. Like, maybe we shouldn't let everybody, maybe we shouldn't let a handful of companies control everything in gaming and just basically let them have their way with everything and have functional monopolies and be able to control prices and basically the way that the industry itself operates. Because again, like you can look at a company like Nintendo, and Nintendo has its own problems, but at least when there were economic downturns, Nintendo didn't just turn around and lay everybody off. Nintendo said, okay, this is a temporary downturn. We're going to look towards the future. We're going to keep everyone on, even though it's going to cost us. And that's going to allow them to develop as actual video game creators and make a better product down the line without having to look over their shoulder. And I completely agree with that statement. It's okay for the company to not have infinite growth. It's okay for the company to take a loss one year. It doesn't mean the end of the world. You can just simply point to the economic factors that be, and then pridefully point to the fact that part of the reason that you have a loss is because you didn't lay people off, that you kept your people on. And I think if they actually did that, they would actually gain a lot of goodwill in the community. But instead, they end up firing a bunch of people, and it's like, I don't think that does well. Prophet, thank you for the 54. If there was better operating system out there which had at least almost the same level of program support, I would just ship in a fucking second. I assume you mean like using Windows over like any other operating system. Yeah, I mean, Windows is PC, right? It's personal computer at this point, pretty much. And while those two things are not the same thing, they are definitely synonymous at this point. And I would say that there's a huge issue with like basically Microsoft and how it's currently operating, but really almost all of these tech companies and how they're operating, how they're thinking about things for the future. They have changed from trying to be developers and innovators to how can we make the next dollar? How can we get, people on our services in our marketplace like full time all the time so we can make the most possible profit out of it. And I think that's the issue overall. Yeah, exactly, Jay. At least Sony seems to want to do games. Yeah, I mean, I'll say this. It's funny because I was playing through Baldur's Gate earlier today, so I got to Raphael, and he said, "What's better than the devil you don't know? The devil you do." Right? Like that's his phrase there, and it really. It's an interesting phrase nonetheless, but I believe you could actively say that the devil you didn't know was Microsoft. I don't know how you didn't, but you didn't know it. The devil you do know is Sony. You know what you're getting with Sony. You know Sony's greedy, but you at least know where Sony stands pretty much in the sense that like you can rely on the fact that they just want to like basically promote their platform and their games. There's no hidden agenda with it. It's just, it is what it is. It doesn't mean that they don't step in it from time to time. It doesn't mean that they don't do stupid shit from time to time. But you know kind of what Sony's goal is going to be. Whereas I think with Microsoft, they had fooled a bunch of people into thinking like, oh, we actually care about you. Like, this is for you, the gamer. Totally not for our bottom line on our financials. and I think that's kind of where that went. So Windows 12 is going to be a subscription-based operating system. That won't work. I'm sorry. They can try it, but I think at that point they will give rise to just about everybody and their brother becoming a competitor. Because honestly, they already make bank over this concept of planned obsolescence, where it's like, okay, we've supported the current operating system for 5 years now. We're no longer going to be doing any more updates. Please buy our next operating system. That already is functionally a subscription. It's a subscription on a long-term basis, though. And when you start trying to make it a month-to-month thing, yeah, people are just going to go, no. And I'm going to be honest with you, just like with every other subscription-based service out there, you will start to see people cracking it, which Microsoft will then try to prevent, which will then make the crackers and hackers do it even more. So it's like, if they actually try that, it's good luck and good riddance to bad rubbish. Corporatification is historically of a historically indie space. Well, I think, and this comes back to this idea, this concept that video games are about like storytelling, right? And storytelling as its whole is an art form. It's writing, it's artistry, it's creating a visual depiction of something. With video games, it's special because you get that ability to play, that ability to have the game in your hands and manipulate it. So it's sort of like a choose your own adventure story. To a large degree, you're still on rails in any video game, no matter how it is. Even an open world video game still has choices that must be made for the purposes of keeping the game on track. But I do think that is the entire goal of gaming in general, is this sort of idealistic escapism, this sort of like adventure and journey that like you want to go on. But I think when you lose sight of that, when you lose sight of the art form and you focus more on the profitability of it, it's just like it loses its soul. And I think that's not something that's that, crazy to say to you guys, but I think it's something that a lot of people intrinsically understand. And it's funny to see how little, like, basically the people at the top do not. And it tells you that they're just not in touch with basically their own product. this makes me go back to the whole D&D OGL fiasco that they had in January of last year, where like, again, they were sitting there and they were trying to like basically change the rules that everybody had abided by for years and years and years. And it's like, okay, you can do that, but nobody is under any obligation to use your product. Nobody will ever do it again if you go down this road. And that finally, in the like 11th hour, they realized that and pulled back. But it took the entire community revolting against them for them to realize it. And then you realize that like the actual people behind the scenes making these decisions were former Xbox devs, which doesn't look good given the entire terminology of this discussion. But the entire concept at play there was these sorry, I say devs, but they weren't devs. They were former Xbox like corporate management, okay? And so they like Wizards had brought them in to actually survey this and make more money for them. And they were basically just thinking that D&D was just like a video game and that they could monetize it as such. And it's like, no, that's the problem. You have no idea what D&D is. You've never played any D&D if you think that that's the case and that you can do that. And so it's just them being completely out of touch with their community and their product. They don't even know their own product. They think it's a video game and they can't tell the difference. And that is exactly the issue that I think you see as well with video gaming, where again, you have the CEO and the CEO thinks, well, this will, give us our great return on investment that we actually need. But they don't have the first idea about what it is they're trying to make. They just are hearing platitudes and promises from the people underneath them because that's all they want to hear. It's all they're teaching the people to tell them. So it just basically ends up being a chicken and egg scenario, but it's 100% caused in this case by the chicken. So I found I've been able to enjoy your content better when I shifted my view of you from FGO streamer to streamer who plays FGO. Good. I like that. I would actually prefer to say that over time here, because I started out as an FGO streamer, but I'm definitely now a streamer who plays FGO. It doesn't mean that I hate FGO. It just means that like I enjoy FGO, but I like just streaming in general, and as well, like I definitely have my issues with the game. Like I'm absolutely willing to talk with people about it. I just don't really want to dwell on it more than is necessary. So. But when do we get another Chunky Dragon? In all seriousness, I feel like that movie's performance somewhat suffered due to the whole OGL fiasco, but I really hope they do make another D&D movie. To any of you guys that just like in any shape or form like generic medieval fantasy, I highly recommend watching the D&D movie. It's very good. It's just funny. It's just fun. And as a result, like I really do hope they make another one, because I think that's actually what Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast should be doing. Instead of trying to make more money off of D&D, they should be instead trying to sort of make supporting media for the brand and actually allow the brand to prosper more. So rather than trying to directly profit off the brand, try to profit off its popularity and try to drive that popularity. And I think they would see that they would actually get quite a bit more if they did that. Kat, nothing will ever convince me that you dislike FGO. Good. I also like the fact that you guys understand that about me. There's no way in hell I'd have been around for the years that I have. And like I said, you guys can see this directory has people that come and go from it all the time. People that like FGO and then suddenly go ballistic on it and shit on it. And like, there's just no way in hell I would have weathered like all those storms and been around throughout all this stuff. And still be playing this game if I disliked it. So it's like, if I ever have anything negative to say about FGO, you guys should know that it's coming from a point of like concern and care rather than a point of like trashing and bashing and like just hating. Hasbro should have fired the execs responsible for the OGL decision. I don't know if they fired them, but I do know, I believe at least one of them had to like step down or something like that. But yeah, I'd have to look into that more. But and again, more on that side of things. I have been continuing my run of Baldur's Gate 3 in honor mode. I haven't gotten to really any major boss yet because kind of how you have to handle honor mode in that game, since it's sort of like an Iron Man playthrough where you have one save, and basically if you ever party wipe, it is game over. There is no reloading a save. Your save will delete itself. So it is very much do not make a singular mistake. You must beat the entire game this way. And like I've been progressing on. I haven't gotten any of the major bosses because the major bosses in honor mode have basically layer actions and legendary actions. And so I'm like, okay, hold on. We need a strategy. So it's like kind of the strategy is basically that you need to level up as much as you can before you take on each relevant boss and then kind of rinse and repeat that cycle. So I'm getting to the point of I'm getting close to doing my first one, but I ain't going to touch it basically until I'm level 5. Class am I playing as? I'm playing as a warlock, a Pact of the Chain warlock. I'm trying to remember which one's the one that has familiars. Chat. I don't think it's Pact of the Tome. I think it's Pact of the Chain, but I may be incorrect. If we get the upcoming event in FGO like next week, are we more than a month ahead of what was expected? If you were to get the event on like June 1st, you would not be more than a month, but you would be like very close to it. You'd be like 25 days ahead. That's just Iron Man mode? Yeah. I've played other games in Iron Man, so I completely understand. I used to play, for any of you that know, I used to play Europa Universalis 4 in Iron Man. Now that's a fucking Iron Man mode, because like you've got like hundreds of countries that are all sitting there trying to kill you, the player, and you're sitting there just like minding your own business. Not everybody hates you, but like it definitely is a thing where like anything and everything can and will go wrong. So Chain, okay, thank you. They're going to have a large amount of downtime after Annie last year on an A. Yeah, I think that's probably going to be the case. I need to actually sit down and look at the like scheduling of it, but I do believe that like that's kind of what we're in for. So, why would you do that to yourself? What, Europa? I'm just a strategy gamer. I like strategy games. So like again, I can sit there and like guys, we're going to be checking out Wuthering Waves tonight. But I'm just going to go ahead and say this. If it is just Genshin 2.0, expect more variety content from me this week. That's all I'll say. And part of that variety content will be Baldur's Gate. So you guys will actually get to see me do the honor mode run. I will talk about my decisions and the logic behind it. I have like chat. I have literally an entire fucking like tab of like 20 tabs devoted to just pure research for Baldur's Gate 3 honor mode. Right? Like, and I kind of sit there and I'm looking up like how to handle just about every single situation. I have it all at my fingertips, and I can basically sit there and go through like everything as need be. So it looks like Punishing Gray Impact. Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking it's going to be. If it's better than Genshin, then good, but I have no idea whether or not it will be, so we'll see. By the way, if you guys are like me and you're done with Trom and you want to do the free quest, go under the main interlude section. That's where it's all stored. So apparently Wuthering Waves gearing system is worse than Genshin's. Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna say like that's something I didn't want to hear. Also, chat, I believe Reichenbach is the one that I normally farm. Yeah, I have the plug soon anyway, so it really doesn't matter. What? Come on, game. There we go. Now we don't have to do Saberface only, but yes, we did Saberface only, Trom. So that's yet another one down. Honestly, Trom, there was no difficult fight in Trom. And I remember the fight that I'm thinking of is actually the fight that you do for Charlie's like the fight that you have to do to unlock Charlie's third ascension, which is outside the singularity kind of. FGO's gear system is your easy to get rectangles with cool pictures. It's funny because I pointed this out when I first started playing Honkai Star Rail, that's all Star Rail is a rip off of FGO's craft essences. They just realized there was no point to like doing the whole like gearing system, I guess, with Honkai, and that's why they just said like, okay, screw it. I don't remember if I'll be able to do this from 0. I might need 50% charge, but let's go ahead and try it. You gonna do Tower Reichenbach for both mats? Yeah. And the head of Honkai, huge fan of FGO. We got that interview the other day, and well, it's nice to hear from this chat. I do just have to call it like I see it. It's okay to like homage things and everything like that, but I think the fact that it took them years to ever admit to it is my big issue. And I'm just going to be upfront and frank and say that since both of these are highly marketed, highly like competitive gacha games meant to make a shit ton of money, it's not an homage. You're just ripping it off for monetary reasons. Like, I see through that shit as clear as day, right? Like, I'm sorry, it just is. So it is nice to hear that they can appreciate Nasu's work, but I believe we all know that the reason the decisions were made as they were because they knew it would sell well, and that's 100% why. I don't think light cones give their effects to one class. I don't remember enough about Star Rail to really be able to say in that regard, right? But it is what it is, right? And I'm gonna say people can choose to like it as much as they want. Like, I'm not gonna tell people like, oh, you can't like Honkai Star Rail or anything like that. But to me, it's just a blatant ripoff. So it's like, I don't know. I don't really want to support it. Like, I think you guys will see too, definitely some inspiration and stuff like that. Like when you were taking inspiration from IPs and stories that you really like, it's obvious. But the difference here to me is to like put a unique spin on it to make it different. And I'm going to go ahead and say that one reference does not like thievery make, right? Like if you're sitting there, if you're doing an homage to something, if you're taking inspiration from it, if you're just doing that like in one select area, I don't have issue. It's not just one, it's multiple, it's repetitive, it's pervasive. And when it gets to the point of it being pervasive, that's where I kind of begin to have issue with it. It's not you took inspiration, it's you took the idea. Straight up at that point. Not like mini gotchas are unique anyways. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say that like everybody gives it a pass because they say like, oh, well, this is just how all gotchas are. And I'm like, it doesn't make it any better. It just means they're all guilty, right? Like, and there's plenty of things that like FGO didn't invent or anything like that. I don't know. Like to me, it's like at least it feels like FGO always tries to put its own unique spin on it rather than just copy what came before it, right? And that's how I feel with a lot of the other ones, is that they're just basically lifting the idea and it lacks the same soul, the same depth, and the same like desire to turn it into something really cool that you see in a lot of other things. For good or bad, FGO refuses to follow what others do. Yeah, I agree with that. Maybe FGO could copy some other pity systems, though. I think it shouldn't. And that's going to sound really weird, right? Because I've said that before, that like I think the pity system needs to be better. Why do I say that? Well, you can look at other games and you can see the problems that it's caused. But so then why am I saying that it shouldn't copy other games? Because it's FGO. And what works for another game will not work in FGO's ecosystem. FGO's entire like ecosystem with its currencies works fundamentally different than other games. Like, it doesn't mean there aren't some similarities. There are. But it does mean that the way that the game is monetized and the way that free currency is given out is structured differently than other games. And as a result, I don't think the same system's going to necessarily work. You can do something similar, but they just absolutely should not like one-to-one copy. Like I've seen people before say like, oh, we should have Genshin Impact's pity system in FGO. No, we shouldn't. It wouldn't work. Like, you would immediately transition into the Genshin Impact model at that point, which is, hope you got money, because with the amount of new units we get in FGO, you're going to be spending a ton, because you're going to be constantly going to pity. Instead of just the occasional, like once in a blue moon, you will go to pity every time. And you will not be given free currency. You will have to pay a Welkin moon in order to have enough. You will have to absolutely grind the shit out of the game in order to have enough. It will not be this easy, you just log in and get your free quartz out of the mailbox that you have right now. So that's the thing I think a lot of people don't understand. The game is structured on purpose the way that it is. And it's very forgiving. We get a lot of free currency out of it. But does that mean that FGO is great? Does that mean that FGO doesn't have any problems? No, it absolutely does. I think we'd all agree that like the pity system is just kind of shitty and could be better. But how they need to make it better needs to be in a way that is unique to FGO, in a way that helps specifically the systems of FGO. How did you know I had free sand quartz? Everybody does. I don't want the ramping chances like in Genshin. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think that the way that they handle it in that game is absolutely scummy as fuck. Because like it basically, they advertise the functional overall rate, but you know that in the end rate is crap, and that it's designed basically to force you to go to pity every time. Yeah, and 50-50 is really bad. It'd be nice if they reworked USOs a bit. Yeah, I agree with that, right? And that's what I'm saying. Like, the systems in FGO are just different than other games. They need to take a look at those systems and ask themselves how they can make that system better. Not necessarily, why don't we just be like every other game? And I'm not saying that anyone necessarily said for us to. Just that is a frequent thing that I see in the overall community. But I will be curious to see, in that regard, like how Wuthering Waves handles things. Is it going to literally just be Genshin clone? Or is it going to be how I've heard people claim that, it's by Kuro Games and it's going to be generous like Kuro Games' titles are. And I'm like, we'll see. I get the strange feeling that it's going to be Genshin. And the reason why I think it's going to be Genshin is simply because I believe that this is Kuro Games' it's them taking their shot. It's them trying to have something as big and as popular as Genshin so that they can make as much money as MiHoYo does. I would want FGO to implement the coin system that Dokkan has, where after a certain amount of summons, you can pick a unit of choice. Yeah, and I see a lot of other gacha games do stuff like that. If I remember correctly, I think Tower of Fantasy, for instance, did. And I'm not opposed to that. I think you could have a system like that sort of thing in play. At least FGO's coin system, though, needs to just be straight up better. And I think we'd all agree to that, too. Like, the way the coin system currently works in FGO is just like, bro, what? I would like some way to guarantee a 4-star that Dawn Banner destroyed me. It do be like that. Wouldn't shock me as Microsoft cut a deal to put Game Pass on Steam. I'd be okay with that. I have no issue with them trying to put Game Pass on Steam, because I'm gonna be real with y'all. I think the second they put Game Pass on Steam, a lot of people would have that immediate one-to-one comparison. However, I'm also going to say this. Do you know why I'd be a-okay with them putting Game Pass on Steam? Because then hopefully you wouldn't have to go through the shitty Windows Store interface to use Game Pass. Game Pass's interface is trash. Hard trash. There's no other way I can say it. The Windows Store sucks donkey nuts. And that is me being as kind as I possibly can be to it. So, like, I would hope that bringing it over to Steam would allow it to use some sort of, like, Steam architecture, and then it would just be better. They just announced the LB3 Spotlight for the 27th, so Road to LB7 Part 3 coming. Yeah, and I figured that was the case. Like, we actually kind of knew that, because I think they said in the last live stream that it was going to be on the 27th. And I found that really weird that they just went ahead and gave us a hard date, but it was good at least. Right, I'm still having Ember issues here. I need to actually sit down and figure out what the heck I'm doing with some of the stuff, but I keep forgetting to as I'm like, oh, okay, I'm out of AP and it's time for bed. The easy one is to just keep pumping in, well, should I? I have no Zerker Embers right now, so we'll go ahead. Because it's going to be all Embers from her anyways. Feed the maid? No, it's all good. Chat, I'm basically baiting this out at this point because I now have enough grails. Like, my maid can be 120, but, like, there is no 2x success campaign right now. So there is, like, no real reason for me to. We also know LB4 is in August. Yeah, like, basically, most of this stuff is not going to be that confusing. It's more like, I don't really see the point in them accelerating so much on the schedule, and I'll be curious to see what they plan to do to tackle July in particular. Because I think July will dictate the rest of the schedule, and once we know July, there's not going to be any real confusion. Maybe they maneuver the dates around some, but that's about it. Hello, CZ. How's it going, bud? Sometimes you don't hit the 5-star, you feel like you didn't get anything, especially if the banner doesn't have an event C. Oh man, do I understand that. The last pity that I hit, I got 0 5-stars outside of the actual pity hit. So I went all the way 900 courts, no 5-stars. That was just oof, right? Like, and I agree. It really feels really bad if you don't get stuff. But I do think at the same time, to newer accounts, they definitely won't feel that way. They'll still be able to appreciate all the stuff that they get. So this is usually a pretty veteran mentality that, like, you feel like you got nothing. So it's either that you're a veteran and you already have a lot of the stuff, or it's that you probably can't appreciate the smaller stuff. And I don't want to, like, allege that, so to speak, but I think a lot of people maybe lose sight of the forest for the trees, thinking that when they roll and they get these other 4-star units and they get these other craft essences, that they're not useful. And I'm not going to say like every craft essence out there really is that useful. I think just being pragmatic about it, that they're important to have, but they're very rarely ever like situationally useful at best. But it's still better to have it than not. And having it affords you different options and basically opens up alternate strategies for you that you wouldn't otherwise have. It doesn't mean you're going to do it all the time. It doesn't mean you're going to take it basically to every single node, but it does mean that you have it. And having it is better than not having it. Um, but again, I guess it really depends on your mentality as a master and really how you view your account. I'm somebody that likes to have a well-rounded account, that likes to level up all my units, that likes to at least work on their skills and make sure that they're at a decently usable status. And same thing, like I will keep a lot of copies of craft essences just in the off chance that I needed them. Maybe it's that the effect is good, but that it's a lesser rarity, and so I just don't use it that often. But then there are some times where all of a sudden you get in a party cost issue, and that lesser rarity actually ends up saving your bacon. So there are the occasional like situations that these things actually do prove useful, and it's why like I've just over the years gone with that mentality, that approach to FGO is I would rather have all of these sort of tools for my tool shed, weapons for my arsenal, if you will, and it will allow me to perform even better. Do I watch UBW Abridged? I have. I don't think I'm up to date though, because like again, they take so long to get them out that basically it's been forever for me. My guess is they just didn't want to deal with having to move Mighty Chain code around. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're going to bring you Mighty Chain code early, right? Like, and I don't blame them for that, but I can't really imagine that Mighty Chain code is something that has to be coded in uniquely to each individual event, so much as it just exists within the game's like infrastructure for how carding works. It wouldn't necessarily like it might cause problems, especially depending on what's going on, but I just wouldn't think it's that big of a deal. But who knows? You might be right. Oh no, there's more 3-star C's than Dragon's Meridian. He's Black used for girlfriend. Yeah, like all the time, party cost is usually the main determinant factor. And that's why when people like complain to me, they're like, "Cad, why can't we just take all 5 stars?" I'm like, that's why. If you could take all 5 stars, what point is there to having low stars? So it's like it's why they are so like stingy with giving you literally even a singular point of party cost in addition to like whatever it is that you already have. They don't want to give it to you. They know. They know that there's no point in developing the low star stuff otherwise. And, you know, it's not that people wouldn't use low star units, low star craft essences. It's that fundamentally, I believe they know that in doing so, the vast majority of the player base wouldn't. So it's a strategic thing. They want to make sure that there is a cost benefit analysis going on with regards to the choice of what you bring to a node. To me tons of C's that are only useful to me as experience fodder. Yeah, and I mean, if nothing else, at least you can at least combine it into a CE bomb and be able to use it that way. So there's you got to look at the glass half full instead of glass half empty. Low star's not doing well. I slap a grill on him. Yeah, and that'll help. Like, I do believe that like this is sort of the issue with and I've said this before. This is the issue with 90++ content that we're headed towards. Is that it is very difficult for anybody 3-star and lower to actually be useful in this content, just because there's such inflated health values that even with units like Oberon on the game, it's very difficult for anybody to actually like be able to work at that level. I'm not going to say no 3-star can. There are some 3-stars that can, but it usually requires a specific lineup, a specific setup, and that 3-star just being uniquely useful to that node. But that's kind of my issue with it, is the higher they inflate health values in nodes because they keep power creeping the 5 stars, the more the 3 stars get left behind because they're not keeping pace with their buffs. So it is one of my criticisms of the dev team that they need to be doing a much better job. It's funny because like every once in a while they come out with a handful of buffs and then people are like, "Oh, CCAD, the devs are doing better." And I'm like, they are, but only right at that moment. Let's see if they continue it, and they never continue it. So that's my issue with them. To me, with the amount of units in the roster that they have at this point and the sheer like scaling of the content and power creep over time, they actually need to just be doing that many more strengthenings in order to help keep people somewhat in line. But I get that that would be quite the undertaking for both balance considerations as well as coding on their end. So I understand why they're just slow with it. It's just they absolutely leave certain units way too long, and there's really just no excuse for it in most cases. Is it true that most 90++ requires niche damage skills in P? Most 90++ content usually works like this. You usually end up with a damage CE in the event. Okay? And this has been the case in most of the events that we've done. Now, not in every case. In some cases, there is no damage CE. So then what do you do? Well, usually at that point, it is very much revolving around exactly what you just mentioned. That you need a damage bonus unit or a very strong unit that has the correct niches in order to actually be able to be effective enough to 3-turn. Now, here's the other consideration. You do not need to 3-turn every 90++ node. In fact, my advice to you would be what you need to be doing is you need to be max efficiency if possible. So take 6 slot, take 6 craft essences into the node. That needs to be your priority. There is one exception to this, and that is 90++ during a lotto. If we are in the middle of a lotto, your priority, as always, is basically 3-turning. The only way it's not is if you are somebody that has so few refills from apples left that your priority is still going to be on 6 slotting because you know you'll complete it before the event ends. But for everybody that has more apples than they would basically run out of conventionally, at that point, your priority is 3-turning in the middle of a lotto because it's a time issue rather than a refill issue. But that is the one exception to me is lottos. You finally see the video I posted in the Elden Ring mods? I did not see where you posted it, Lord. I'm sorry. I have no idea where you've been posting it. And like I said, I don't really have the time to watch it on stream. Geronimo has been left to rot so long. Yeah, like Geronimo is not a bad unit. I've talked about him numerous times before that I think a lot of people give Geronimo a bad rap. He's a lot better than most people give him credit for. But Geronimo is not the best unit out there. He's not the strongest AoE caster. And that honor at this point basically just goes to Caster Coup because Caster Coup is just broken for what they made him. The fact that they turned a Buster AoE 3-star into a Black Grail Looper is disgusting. And it's why basically nobody else is going to catch him unless they have the ability to also tap into Black Grail, at least of the 3 stars. Minamoto no Tametomo. I don't know why when I type in Tametomo that like fandom just can't find it. First, I give G-Man's other skills like evade or something else. Oh, I've said one of the more interesting and easy things you could do with him would just be to simply allow Geronimo's skills to be targeted. So he's got 50% of each card type up for 1 turn. Allow him to be targeted. Turns him into a pseudo sport. He's not going to be the best, but it would be something. Make him into the savior of quick? I mean, it would help, right? Like just having literally another 50% quick up would actually be nice for quick. So, and he'd be at least a low star of some sort. So, and yeah, I mean, like you could give additional effects. So like, for instance, here's what they could do. They could make his arts card basically give himself like 30% charge, and his arts card is non-targetable. It's only for himself. Okay. They could make his Buster card. Oops, sorry. I don't know why I did that in a straight line. They could make his Buster card do, I don't know. They could make this one targetable, and they could make it so that tell you what, they could give it star generation. Okay? Because Buster cards actually do some stuff like that. And this would actually potentially help out a Buster unit that had high hit counts. They could take the quick card. They could also allow this one to be targetable. And they could just give this one basically like something like 30% NP gain. And boom, a quick up of 50% with 30% NP gain, even if it's just one turn, that alone would be really huge. Really huge as a low star. So zoomed? Ah, yes. My bad. Crit up, attack up. The only reasons why I looked for something like Star Gen on the Buster card there is because you give him crit up, you give him attack up. Like, there are already plenty of units out there that do that. He would begin to just stack insanely with them. The only reason I'm more okay with this in terms of quick is because there's just not other units out there that really do that for quick. So there's a very limited roster in that regard. As long as he can also benefit from the effects, that'd be nice. Yeah. The reason I said don't make the arts one targetable is we literally do not need another low star arts support. So just making is like, and you can make it 3 turns of arts up too if you wanted. So it's like this one's the non-targetable one. It's 3 turns of arts up. The problem with what I propose is that takes 3 different buffs. Like Geronimo would literally need 3 different strengthenings to make something like that a reality. So I don't know. It'd be what it be. Yeah, Tametomo's a weird one. He's got the 3 attacks, 3 turns, but then he's got 30% charge. And then he's got regeneration of NP gauge per turn every single turn for 5 turns. So he basically has like 80% charge in his kit, but in a conventional 3 turn, this amounts to a 30% charge on the front end, a 30% charge on the back end, and then 10% charge every turn. And it's actually, you don't even really get the first one because it actually is, everything is delayed by basically the 1 turn. So this actually turns him into functionally a 30% charger, even though he has, even within a 3 turn, 50% charge, not looking at repeating the skill. So he's just not a 50% charger because of the way his skill is structured. And that, like, it's not the end of the world. It's not a huge deal for him because within a Buster 3 turn, there's basically not a huge difference between a 50% charger and a 30% charger. They fundamentally start at the same place unless their cooldowns are fucky. So, but that's what I had to sit there and think about with him is like, how's this one going to work? Yeah, and he has invuln and defense pierce. This is such a weird one to me, but I understand, like, this is harkening back to his lore. Actually, I'm actually kind of surprised we don't have a 60% charger in the game yet, like as a support. There's a couple of units that would really benefit from it. Every time I Tomo Ascension. Oh, that's difficult. That's really difficult. Can't tell if that's supposed to be like a dragon or a snake. It's probably the first ascension, but he still has like really good. Like I wouldn't mind leaving him on random. His is nice. First is clean. It is. The split 60 would help a bunch. Yeah. Oh, I'm actually glad you split that out. Gill broken. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest with you. Tametomo needs a buff. Like, before anyone can argue about like Ishtar or anything like that, like Tametomo needs a buff. He does not do enough damage. Yeah. Okay. So, now with that in mind, I've now seen what I've needed to see. I just needed to look at that basically before. I think even Waterside skill would have been good enough. We'll talk about that. So. Hey guys, my name's Khadroth, and today we're going to be talking to you about Minamoto no Tametomo. So Minamoto is going to be our newest AoE archer coming to the game with the Hakinden event. And interestingly enough, he is a permanent unit. So this does mean that if you really liked him in prior sort of revelations, no, I'm not gonna do that. We'll restart. I don't want to put any sort of thing that could allude to a spoiler in there. Okay. Take two, yes. Hey guys, my name's Khadroth, and today we're going to be talking to you about Minamoto no Tametomo. Now, Minamoto is going to be our newest AoE Buster Archer being added to the game, and he is a permanent addition. He's going to be coming to us with the Hakinden event, and essentially, he is going to be a very interesting unit for a lot of people, mostly because people are going to really like his design. In that regard, Minamoto absolutely looks the part. He is a fantastic looking archer and has an amazing Noble Phantasm animation. The biggest issue that he's going to have ultimately is going to be that he's trapped in a class and really an archetype with a lot of the most powerful archers in the game. As a result, him being AoE Buster just means he's kind of got a rough road to hoe, since he's going to be compared to the likes of Gil and Ishtar, both of which are fan favorites. It doesn't mean that Minamoto can't be a useful unit for you to have in your Chaldea. He does do some things that help him to stand out. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I do think people are going to look at him and find him to be lacking, at least in the damage department. Now, this may not be a fair comparison. We're going to talk about that towards the end, because a little bit of what's going on with Minamoto is the fact that he is a late addition, a late comer to the party. That is to say, everybody else in the AoE Archer category pretty much at this point has an NP interlude. Minamoto, being brand new, does not have one, and clearly was not necessarily designed to be OP from the get-go. Whereas units like Gil, still to this day, have managed to get several upgrades that have managed to keep them pretty much at the top of the heap. So, let's go ahead and look through Minamoto's kit so that you guys know everything you need to know about him and how to use him effectively. So, to start out with, you guys can see his actual attack power right here is very good. Minamoto ends up having essentially 12.4k attack, and this is going to end up being really, really high and allow him to card quite well, even when he doesn't have his steroids in play. The downside, however, is going to be his rather anemic HP, especially for a 5-star. This is a level that you expect on some 4-stars. So this is definitely a concern with him, is that he's not going to be the tankiest archer out there. But I think that's just going to kind of go to show that he is very much a glass cannon type of unit. And we'll talk about that a little bit more with considerations as we get deeper into the kit. Taking a look right here, you guys can see he is man attribute. And again, he is going to have basically 156 star absorption, which is actually going to be higher than the archer average. Definitely a nice thing for him to have there. His star generation is going to be at 8%, and he is going to have a 0.56 NP charge attack rate here. This is actually pretty much right on average, but it's somewhat surprising for a buster-based archer to not have maybe a little bit more, but it's neither here nor there, nor is it a very big concern due to the sort of automatability of his loop ability. As you guys look, you guys can also see he has 3% NP charge defense, so you really don't necessarily want to be getting him hit, as he's not really getting anything extra out of this, as this is sort of the overall average. And again, we already denoted that he doesn't have the best HP stat. His death rate is also higher than average at 40%, so you definitely want to pay attention if you're taking him into a fight that has that as a gimmick. He is going to be neutral balanced and is going to be male gender. As you guys can see, he is one of the rare units to have the Genji trait. So definitely, Tyra fans, feel free to go nuts should you encounter him. And he is humanoid. He's also immune to Pigify, a loved one, which is the Brunhilde's beloved trait, mechanical, which is the trait that Mixa can end up exploiting, non-hominidae servant, normal servant, and 7 Knight servant. He's also going to be weak to Enema Elish, ironically enough, proving that, again, he's not going to be able to stand up to Gil very well. But we'll go ahead and talk about that as well later. Again, as you can see here, he ends up having double buster, double arts, and a singular quick card here. Realistically, everything here, hit count-wise, is average, and this is kind of the way that they ended up probably setting the NP charge rate, as the 2 arts cards with average hit counts is definitely going to result in decent NP generation performance. The one exception to this is going to be his Buster card at 4 hits, being one higher than average. But interestingly enough, as I've said before, while it's not a bad thing for him to have this, the Buster card is the card that probably benefits from it the least, as again, Buster is predominantly known for its main gimmick being damage, and so as a result, getting more overkill to get more, basically more hit counts at overkill is really just going to generate probably more stars for him, but not much else, as again, that is sort of the secondary effect of a Buster card. His active skills here, you guys can see his first one is going to end up giving him Buster performance for 3 attacks, 3 turns. I'm going to be honest with you, while this is not weak, while it's not bad, this is a limitation I expect to see on a 4-star or a 3-star or less. This is not a limitation I expect to see on a 5-star. I really just do not understand the devs trying to limit someone like this, especially since he only ends up having the 2 Buster cards in his deck. As a result, it just means that basically if you had to use Buster cards and you were trying to 3-turn with him and utilize his NP, so maybe if you had to use a Buster card in Wave 2, you would just be costing yourself the buff, and that's just not smart of the devs to do that, especially not when they want to sell the unit to you. So again, at the end of the day, it's not awful that he has it, but it is something you need to watch out for, as again, you're going to have to just make sure that if you're trying to 3-turn, you don't end up using one of his Buster cards in order to help him out clearing, or risk just losing the extra 50% Buster up that he gets from this. Certainly, though, he is going to increase his critical damage for 3 turns by 30%, so it is what it is, and I think this is the major reason for the limitation here, as they realize that it is a 50% up that they were giving him 3-turn duration for. But honestly, in the grand scheme of things, this is not that overpowered, and I think you will see down the line that maybe the consideration was more future upgrade ability in his case rather than where he actually stands now. So again, all of this though is on a 5-turn cooldown, and what this means for Koyanskaya system setups is that basically, since you can end up popping this skill twice, you would be able to have it on both turns 1 and turns 2 in order to basically sort of pre-stack it, getting both out so that by turn 2, even instead of all the way at turn 3, you'd have it doubled up so that, you know, again, maybe with that annoying middle wave enemy that's maybe high health, you still have a little bit of extra firepower before you end up using something like, say, Oberon to give him the ultimate push for the final wave. So definitely a nice thing to have this on a low cooldown at the very least. His second skill here is going to grant himself a gut status for 1 time 3 turns. This is definitely going to help that glass cannon mentality, as it's going to at least give him some hard survivability in his kit. It's also going to make it so that when he activates his guts, basically during that 3-turn duration, he will end up increasing his own NP damage 1 time for 3 turns by 20%. This is going to remove his own debuffs as well, so it is going to cleanse him of anything that might try to hamper that damage output. But it is something to be concerned with, because this is not just a cleanse that you can go ahead and utilize as is. It's going to have to be something that maybe you would like Qingong him or something like that in order to achieve. In other words, unless he is actually beaten to death or sacrificed to death, you can't really reasonably expect to have this cleanse on command. Same thing here with the ability to charge his gauge. This one at least is not unique to this, and as a result, you don't have to have the guts pop in order to get it, but it is going to be a 30% charge skill for Tametomo. He is going to have this on a 6-turn cooldown, which is actually surprising given the fact that it is a gut skill, and they usually tend to try and make them a little bit longer duration. So this is a very nice survival skill / charge skill for him, and I don't think it's that crazy to actually have it. What this does mean, though, is that in the Koyanskaya setup, you would basically be able to have the skill on turn 1, and again then by turn 3. So fundamentally, you can turn him into a 60% charger with this skill alone. Now, by his third skill, you also can see that he ends up with ignoring evasion for 5 turns. This is, and I'm going to be honest here, basically just nice for his carding. That is to say, he doesn't need this for his NP. You'll see why. This is actually kind of a redundant thing, and I think they somewhat messed up, because this just sort of ends up adding to the itemization of his overall kit, and this could have been used on a different effect. I'm okay with it being here for the purposes of carding outside of the NP, but given the fact of the way the first skill works, it seems somewhat counterintuitive, because you really just don't want to have to card with him if you want to avoid risking losing this. So again, it is up to you to determine how you wish to use him, but ultimately at the end of the day, this is at least somewhat concerning that they felt the need to go ahead and waste some of the itemization on giving him sure hit. And we'll kind of call back to this when we get to the NP so you can see what I mean. But however, this is also going to grant himself a regeneration buff for 5 turns, where basically 1 time over the 5 turns, he will increase his NP damage by 20%, and then essentially he's going to end up charging his own NP gauge every single turn for 5 turns. So what this basically means is, again, it's going to increase it for 1 time 5 turns, every turn for 5 turns. So fundamentally, every time you NP over the 5 turns, that next turn, he's going to end up having the 20% NP damage back again. So just think of it as him always having the 20% NP damage, and you'll be good. But the other interesting thing here is that it's going to charge his MP gauge as well for the 10%, and so that is an interesting effect to have for a more knockdown, drag out fight, a challenge fight where maybe you are trying to go the distance with him and trying to card. The interesting thing about this is within a conventional 3-turn, this effect is actually not that useful. That is to say, in a Queen Skya setup, because of the way the block charge actually ends up working most of the time, you can't really realize this 10% charge effectively within the comp. As a result, even though Tametomo has a 30% charge that can be doubled up, and basically 10% charge every turn, which you might only even get twice within a 3-turn, making him into a 50% charger, he still basically is going to function as if he were a 30% charger. And that's just due to the way that this charge is broken up on a per turn basis. So again, it's not the end of the world, but it certainly is a very odd design choice for a unit like this. I do like Tametomo's design, I do like his character, but this is a odd choice, again, by the devs with regards to him. All of this on a 7-turn cooldown as well means you're not going to get this back within a conventional 3-turn, at least not without trying to utilize something like, again, a Mystic Code or some other source of cooldown reduction. So again, this is an interesting way to design him. For his passive skills here, he ends up having Magic Resistance C, basically just increasing his debuff resistance, making him kind of harder to deal with. But again, remember, he does have that cleanse should it happen on his guts. Just this is going to be nice with preventing anything from landing in the first place and needing to maybe proc his guts in order to take advantage. He does have Independent Action B, given the fact that he is an archer. This is just going to increase his crit damage by a solid 8%. And he ends up now, as we look at the appends here, having Anti-Berserker attack damage aptitude. Now, because Tametomo is a functional 30% charger, I'm going to recommend that your first use of the coins be unlocking his mana loading. This is very important for any 30% buster charger to have because, again, that capacity within the Coin Sky system. You start out with a very nice 50% CE and be able to get back in time to use Oberon on the third wave, basically with the unit, and kind of bring them up to full. So as a result, you really want to have mana loading and you want to have it Lord. This needs to be the first use of your append and your coins on him. But I do highly recommend getting the anti-berserker attack damage append if you manage to have more coins lying around for him. This to me would be the second choice, even over something like the extra attack finesse, which is obviously just nice in its own right. But again, this is just going to make him deal even more damage in situations that might be relevant to him. Now, as we look at his Noble Phantasm, you guys can see he's a 4-hit AoE Buster NP, and it's going to start out basically by ignoring invincibility for 1 turn and defense for 1 turn, activating before the damage of the NP goes out. This means you are not going to stop Tametomo from being able to carve you up like a knife through butter. The problem with this is that this isn't going to deal with things like guts, and as I already pointed out, it is somewhat extremely redundant with the ignore evasion for 5 turns on his 3rd skill. I don't really find that this effect really makes any sense, given the fact that this is both invuln pierce, which is going to cover invuln and evasion, and defense pierce, which is going to cover, again, defense buffs. So basically, you can't reduce or limit the amount of damage that he's going to do. And as a result, that's why I just don't really see the point of the 3rd skill there. This is a very good thing for him to have, though, as this is something that's going to allow him to stand out from his competitors. So while Tametomo's damage might not be the best, and again, we're going to talk about that in a minute, it is going to be a point of differentiation that you can say, hey, look, if you end up looking at Gil or Ishtar, they maybe don't have the capacity to do this or do it as easily. And so as a result, the fact that he has it and the fact that it is an entire turn duration on the back of the NP does mean that if you're 3-turning with him, you don't really care, as you will always end up having ignore invincibility as long as you end up utilizing the NP first. So again, this is a really, really nice thing for him to have, and it is going to allow him to deal a ton of damage, especially in challenge scenarios. You guys can see from here, he's also going to increase his own buster performance on water side battlefield by 20% for 1 turn, activating first. So this is another unique and odd aspect. This actually harkens back to his lore, But the interesting thing about it is that should you find yourself on waterside battlefield, he's just going to kind of have even more damage. Obviously, you can try to change the battlefield to water, but realistically speaking, there's only kind of one suit of support in the game right now that can do that, and that's actually going to be Zhang, the 3-star that's currently on Raid Up. So again, it is an interesting thing nonetheless, but we don't really have a true meta support like someone like Koinskaya or Oberon that can actually manage to change the field yet. So to me, this is a interesting thing to have, but it's going to be more of a situational buff rather than something that's always guaranteeable. As again, you're just going to want to take sort of better supports most of the time that will account for probably more than the 20% differential in his damage here. He is going to then deal damage to all enemies, as again, that first sort of box here was a lot of effects. And then his overcharge effect will deal damage to, basically extra damage to enemies that are lawful alignment. This is going to be 150%. It's going to be a super effective modifier, so he does at least end up having that in his kit to help his damage scale up a little bit more. Just consider the fact that most things that even have an alignment are probably likely to be a servant enemy, so against normal fodder enemies, don't expect it too much. But again, the fact that he does have this is going to help him out, and it is going to give him a niche that he can utilize effectively, and that you can point to and say, hey, maybe this is where I use Tametomo. Now, let's go ahead and talk about craft essence options, since again, he's not going to need refund numbers or anything like that. I already kind of talked to you guys about his ability to charge and why he's going to end up being functionally a 30% charger. So with that in mind, I think sort of recommendations for craft essences are going to be pretty limited to 50% CEs. It does mean something like cranking, which is a very nice welfare, is going to work out excellently for you. You guys should have just gotten this from the actual Bunyan collab event. I highly recommend taking it all the way up to level 100. It is still good to this day on JP, has managed to be just pretty much the best 50% starting charge buster CE in the game. And again, if you manage to not have that, or maybe you're on JP now where it is now permanently in the Mana Prism shop, you can maybe try to snag Aerial Drive. This one's not going to be as good for NP purposes as something like cranking would be, but it is another option. And again, if you maybe just manage to miss out on cranking for whatever reason, just know that this one can also work and will also do a ton of damage. And then should you find yourself in a scenario where maybe Tametomo is not the main damage dealer, but maybe just one of the damage dealers, or maybe you're just in a one-shot scenario where you don't need to 3-turn, obviously something like Black Grail going to be a ton of damage, especially since he doesn't need any source of invuln pierce or anything like that. So we don't actually have to recommend a lot of craft essences for Tametomo. He's just going to be very simplistic in how he kind of functions. Now, let's go ahead and talk about Tametomo's charge scenario that I had mentioned before. So, like I was saying, Tametomo functions as a pseudo 30% charger, even though he has more in his kit. You can see we can start him out with a 50% CE right here, a maxed out mana loading append, and then basically his 30% charge, and that's going to bring him up to the 100% for turn 1. You can go ahead and fire off the NP with maybe the Koinskaya Buster buffs on him, and that will be perfectly fine. From there, he's going to basically only get the 10% regen off of his third skill, which we can't really use because we can't break up the charge in enough ways to actually help this out. So we're going to go ahead and pop double Koinskaya buffs here basically to bring him up to full and fire off the second NP at that point. Do keep in mind that it's at this point that in the second wave you would be able to sort of double pop that first skill of his, bringing up even more damage. So it is again another reason why you want to use Koinskaya is for that cooldown reduction. From there in wave 3, he's going to have another 10%, and you can see we're going to go ahead and end up popping his 30% charge skill, and then basically utilizing all of Oberon's skills on him and allow him to fire off his MP. So again, he functions just as a normal 30% charger would, because both of these 10% charges end up being very unrealizable through conventional means. Now, I'm not going to say that you couldn't find a way to utilize it, but it's probably going to rely on you being in sort of a different scenario, maybe a scenario where it's multiple damage dealers, or again, you're trying to get overflow charge to him, or maybe just trying to one-shot. But either way, that in a conventional farming 3-turn, that 10% will not be very useful to you. Now, let's go ahead and talk about Tametomo's damage. This is going to end up being his self damage, basically, with no external buffs, nothing from a craft essence of Mystic Code or a support caster of any sort. This is just going to be him against neutral damage. And you can see basically at NP1, you're looking at about 19, almost 20k there. With the water field, you get that additional 20% buster up. Lawful ends up getting you that 150% modifier, and you do end up having the possibility to technically have Lawful and Waterside Battlefield, which would get you quite a bit more. And you can see even by NP5, while this does almost double the numbers, it's still not quite going to be that impressive in the grand scheme of things. Let's go ahead now and look at his damage scenarios in an actual comp. This is going to be still neutral targets that he's up against, but certainly Double Koyanskaya Oberon, a level 100 cranking, and a level 10 maxed out Neo plug suit kind of really helping bump the damage. And you can see at NP1, the damage numbers against a neutral enemy are still pretty respectful, but not altogether that impressive. You're not seeing crazy numbers here, sort of monopoly numbers, as I like to call them. And again, you can see here, even with the lawful super effective niche, he's only at about 264k. Now, at NP2, you can see the damage numbers do spike quite a bit more, as just kind of getting that additional copy is what will really help the damage out. I'm not going to tell you guys you have to do that by any means, and we're going to keep doing these comparisons based off of NP1, but it is something to know nonetheless of just how effective an increase that getting the second copy can be. And again, you can see here, basically this second scenario down here would be if we added the Waterside Battlefield. So now you've got that additional 20% more. You can see you're dealing with 186 here, 279 instead. So basically just that nice little bump up. So now let's go ahead and compare him to some of the other AoE archers. So right off the bat here, you guys can see this is going to be Gilgamesh's numbers. It's going to be him with Double Koyanskaya Oberon and also a level 100 cranking. So pretty much the exact same support parameters. But again, Gilgamesh is known for his damage against servants. So the issue at play here, though, is that Gilgamesh has had a ton of upgrades, including his NP interlude. And you can see at NP1, he's dealing 309 damage, basically neutral against a non-servant. So comparing that to someone like Tametomo at 176, you start to kind of have a head scratcher moment of like, what the heck is going on? Now, Gilgamesh is sort of top of the line at this point and has had many upgrades and is still the gold standard on JP for Buster AoE archers. But this gets even more crazy when you start looking at Gilgamesh's actual anti-servant numbers, as now you're staring at 464. Basically, it would take Tametomo being in super effective against lawful to even have a chance. And remember the rules of getting an NP interlude. It basically turns NP5 of a servant's damage into what would be NP2 now, and it turns NP2 into what would be NP1 now. So that is to say, essentially, these NP2 numbers for Tametomo are what he would look like if he got a standard NP interlude. That is to say, these would then become the NP1 numbers in effect. And so as a result, you can see he would be in a lot better position were this in mind, but he still really wouldn't even be that competitive with Gilgamesh outside of his niche. In his niche, he would begin to beat Gilgamesh raw, but Gilgamesh would still win against a servant, which is a really awkward position to find yourself in for a unit that fundamentally has super effective niche against servants. And I'm not saying this for Gilgamesh, I'm saying this because, again, the whole lawful alignment thing is probably only likely to occur on a servant. As a result, that's going to be kind of the weird thing for him, is that even then at that point, he's still really not going to have a leg up on his competition. Now, let's go ahead and look at somebody else like Ishtar. Now, when we start stepping back from Guild, the numbers start getting a lot more comparable. That is to say, I've seen people say that even Ishtar should get an upgrade at this current point in time on JP. Whereas, I'm not going to say that Ishtar's bad in any stretch of the imagination. Gil is just absolutely cracked. Now, the interesting thing about this is, though, is that you can look at this and you can see that basically Ishtar can sit here and deal 268k damage compared to, again, basically Tametomo's 176. So yeah, I don't think there's much of an argument to be made, at least for her to be the first AoE archer to get that upgrade. Certainly she is still in a very good spot compared to some of the others. And again, you can see that this doesn't mean that she couldn't use one too. It doesn't need to be a zero-sum game, but it is an interesting thing nonetheless to denote just how much damage she's going to do, especially compared to someone like Tametomo. And we can look at a unit like Tesla as well and see, again, it's pretty much the exact same parameters. They're all using cranking, they're all using double coin Sky and Oberon, and Tesla's numbers start to get a little nutty. As you can see, he's here at 279, which compared to someone like Ishtar, that's 268. So he's kind of just beating her just by a little bit. But then he still has the Sky Earth niches, which is a good chunk of enemies in the game, and that is going to basically allow him to really pop off. So at that point, yes, Tesla is getting to the point of almost Gil levels of being pretty cracked. We do also end up having Napoleon out there, who's got a little bit more humble numbers at 247, but he still has the anti-divine niche coming in at 370 there, basically allowing him to also pop off. And then last but not least, we end up having someone like Arjuna, who's kind of the odd man out, as he needs a level 100 summer anniversary, which is going to be a 60% charge CE. So he's not quite being able to tap into cranking like some of the others. But even he ends up doing 210k right here. So this is certainly going to be a concern for Tametomo, is the fact that he basically is bringing up the rear. He is the newest unit being added, and he is the worst in terms of damage. I'm not someone that's going to sit here and say that he's trash. I'm not going to sit here and say that you can't utilize him effectively or that he can't be a good unit. Again, he does have a lot of upward scalability with his lawful niche, and particularly if you had Waterside Battlefield. But I think, interestingly enough, even if you gave him an NP interlude, it still wouldn't be enough. Even if you ended up giving him an NP interlude where he could always provide himself Waterside Battlefield, only then would he begin to rawly compete with some of the other archers that they themselves probably would argue need a buff right now to catch up to the front of the pack. So definitely Tametomo is in need of an upgrade at this point on JP. But certainly keep in mind the fact that Gil does not have all of his strengthenings yet on NA. Still, I think it's blatantly apparent at this point that Tametomo's design could have been better. He's a very cool unit in terms of his design, but certainly they missed the mark with things like the restriction on his attacks, and again, the evasion being added here instead of maybe some sort of other steroid of some sort. So again, let me know what you guys think about Tametomo. I do think he's a good unit, a usable unit, but I don't think he is necessarily up to snuff with sort of the rest of this monster of a class. Again, will you be rolling for him, and which one of the Ascensions ends up being your favorite for him, as he does have a very cool design. I'll be curious to hear you guys' thoughts, and I will see you guys for the next one. Thank you all for watching, and have a good one. Yeah, there you go, chat. Also, who the hell song requested this? Sitting. Doki Doki's theme. But yeah, like I'm sorry, it's almost aggravating to me that they put Tametomo in the game and they just are like, here, you get a 50% buster up. That's it. Cool. Thanks. And then they limit it to 3 attacks, 3 turns. He needs more. Straight up. Flat out. Like, he just straight up needs to have more. I just saw I forgot to remove the 2 times Koyan. It's 2 times Oberon. It's fine. It's fine. Are the numbers accurate, though? Numbers are correct. Okay. Yeah, I made a note for myself for the video tomorrow. But yeah, like, I don't know. I really want to like Tametomo. I think he really has an actual cool design, and it just to me is like, I remember when I went over him when he came out, I just immediately looked at this and I was like, this is the epitome of a skip unit. No reason to roll him. He's permanent and his numbers are not good. Like it just is what it is. So it's like, if you have no one, roll him. He's great in that regard. He's still going to be better than a lot of 4-stars. But the issue at play here is that, like, yeah, if you're someone that's rocking like a multiple MP level Gil or Ishtar, you don't care. You're not rolling for this person. He doesn't really do anything different other than his ability to invuln and defense pierce. And really, even Ishtar has invuln pierce, so we're straight up talking defense pierce at this point. Parts of his stuff is locked behind gimmicks. Yeah. I do not think he's designed well. I think whoever came up with his design is an idiot. And I say that with the utmost respect. But it's like, I don't know how they thought this would fly when you, like, if you look at him in a vacuum, it's not bad. If you look at him compared to the other monsters, I'm like, what were you thinking? Like, did you really think this was going to stand up to the likes of Gil, Ishtar, Tesla, Napoleon? No, it's not. I'm rolling the Archer GSSR. Yeah, no. And I don't want to try to discourage people from rolling for him. It's just, like I said, I almost get a little angry looking at this because to me, it's like he should just be better. There's no excuse for making him like that low of damage numbers. Mr. Fino, thank you for the 36. Chat, can we get some love for my boy? And if you haven't ever, go check out Mr. Fino. He's a fantastic streamer and content creator himself. How do you feel about Mr. Roboto, Fino? But yeah, like, I don't know. I would love for him to be better. I feel like he's such a cool looking unit. His design is too awesome for his performance. That's true. Like, what happened is all the budget went into his Noble Phantasm video. It's not in his actual, like... Oh, hold on. Let me turn that down. It's not in his actual kit. I mean, it's awesome. So, like I said, it feels like that's where they put everything was in that NP, and not like, all right, how do we make him a strong unit, right? I wish he was either in a different class or card type. Yeah, in a weird way, if Tametomo were like a quick or an arts archer, this would be fine. It's you made him Buster, guys. What the hell? So, yeah, I don't disagree with that assertion. It's a shame. Yeah. No, and I still remember when they came out, I was like, oh, he's also Buster? Who did we had that with someone else recently too, and I was just like, I don't know why they added yet another of this class and type. And I'm trying to remember who it was. But basically, it's like, yeah, like, there's still classes we don't have in the game. For instance, there is still no single target SSR quick archer. Just hasn't been. Literally, this year on NA, we are finally getting the first AoE quick SSR assassin. The class that's known for quick cards, we're finally getting the first SSR quick. Like, I don't know. I don't quite get why they handle things the way they do sometimes. Yeah, he doesn't necessarily have to be better, right? He just needs to be comparable, and I feel like right now, he's not very comparable. Like, he is, but he's barely there. That's Mixa? No. Sorry, not Mixa, MHXA. But yeah, MHXA is the best single target archer, so. Takasugi was so close to being it. Yeah. Watch him pull an Emiya. I mean, in a weird way, they could do something like that. I just, like I said, this to me, this is stupid. Just straight up, like, as long as you're NPing with him, you have Invuln Pierce for the duration of that turn. So any follow-up cards, you're piercing, right? Like, so to me, this only exists as being useful in an environment where there is very high evasion and you somehow aren't back to an NP. So it's like, it's only in a challenge environment, and only when the NPC just excessively wishes to evade. And I'm like, sure, I guess, but it's like, I could have just taken, I don't know, like a freaking craft essence at that point. So it's like, I feel like this would have been better served as just being literally anything else. Like, crap, you could have just made this like 20% attack up. That would have made a huge difference for him. Again, you can already see the impact that 20% makes in his kit. So give him something like Telegot. So like if the target evades, he does more damage. That would be an interesting idea. Like it would make him the de facto like pub stomper type deal, where it's like, oh, okay, if you're actually in a challenge environment, take him, he'll do more. But yeah, I've always found it really funny too, because it's like you look at certain things like for instance, Napoleon with anti-divine. Most things that are divine in the game are servants. Like, it's not that there aren't divine enemies, there are, but it's like naturally Napoleon just has a lot of overlap with Gil. So he's naturally going to be compared to Gil all the time. And Gil just does it to every servant. It doesn't have to be divine. But then on the outside, Gil doesn't do more damage to, non-servant enemies. But that's like, you guys saw the freaking Gil numbers. Where was it? Like, Gil's damage numbers against non-servant enemies aren't trash either. They still beat the vast majority of archers, unless that archer has a niche. So it's like, the advice everyone will give you is just roll Gil. Roll Gil. You won't regret it. You'll just have Gil, and it'll work. And that's kind of the problem that I think they run into. I think FGO kind of is having this issue down the line overall. This sort of concept, this idea of scale, that basically as we go further into the future, there is a standout unit of every class and an easy recommendation for people to just be like, well, that's the current power creep of the year. Go with that. You will not be bad. Even if it gets power crept, that unit will still be good for a long time. So I can't really argue against this. It just is the way the game is currently structured, at least for a lot of the classes. Not for everyone, but for a lot of them. Just get the best of each class and don't look back, which is bad. Yeah, I mean, I vastly prefer the idea where it's like, let's say these are the units, right? Well, actually, let me do a bigger line here, just so that's really small in the background chat. But let's say this is a unit, and then this is a unit, and then I don't know, like this is a unit, and then this is a unit, and then like this is another unit, right? The difference here is this is kind of the way the old structure used to be, that we used to kind of have like, this is now your new baseline. All your archers do at least this well. And usually it was like these two units at the peak, at the highest amount, were just raw damage. This is how much damage they did. And then you had situational usefulness, basically making other units better than them if their situation applied. Now, instead, what we have is we have this still in existence, but there's now this new unit that is just like this. And it's difficult to argue against this because it just is. So it's like, I don't know. I don't think it's very well designed, because with this old model, you had this possibility of rolling multiple different units, and not only like your units being effective in different scenarios, but also taking the right unit for the node. So this actually made them more money than just everybody rolling one unit. Everybody rolling the one unit means you no longer need any of these. So yeah, sure, that one banner makes bank. The rest of the banners don't make any money as a result. And I say any. There's still going to be people that will roll for these units, but it's people that are huge fans of the character rather than people ever looking at it for gameplay reasons. And I'm going to say that's not the wrong way to play FGO. Literally play FGO for your favorite characters and you will never regret it. But there's definitely a good chunk of people that absolutely do take gameplay into consideration and won't roll a unit. I mean, look no further than Moriarty and how everybody treated him. So it's like a lot of people just said, oh, I don't like Moriarty Ruler. I don't like his character. I'm not rolling him. And they try to come up with all these excuses like he's a bad looper. He doesn't do good damage, all that sort of stuff. And it's like, that's just not true. Like, yeah, maybe now down the line, now knowing what we know on JP about how many other AoE arts rulers were still to come after Moriarty, we might be able to make some criticisms like that. But, well, first of all, the looper argument still doesn't hold true. But the damage argument, maybe, right? The thing is, at the time, nobody knew that. And everyone still pointed to him and said, like, he's not that good. And the reason why is because people just were huge fans of Space Ishtar, Summer Kama, you name it. And so they just didn't really feel like you needed to actually get it. But they tried to disguise it as an argument about the actual performance of the unit. And I'm like, well, that's neither here nor there. It's not a good thing to criticize a unit that you actually don't know anything about. But at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, if you want to roll Moriarty. He's still going to be good for you. He's still going to work in the same way that Tametomo will, right? It's just, yeah, especially in Tametomo's case, he's gimped enough that like you're kind of fighting that uphill battle. You're straight up like saying, hey, yeah, I can do it too. And then like your friend over there with Gil is like practically doubling your damage. So it's not a great look basically for him. Don't all the AoE archers have to compete with Summer Musashi now too? I mean, to a degree, yes. But I'm still going to say, especially when you start considering things like challenge environment, no. Because like basically having that ability to be able to resist damage against a Lancer is going to be really nice in some scenarios. Granted, I think certainly whenever we're talking Buster, though, maybe. Because Buster units, you're looking at that 3-turn environment a lot of the time. That's why I rolled Space Ishtar over Muramasa. Yeah, Muramasa would help my AoE Saber problem, but I love Ishtar, so easy choice. Yeah. And I guess all I have to say to like the Space Ishtar fans is like, just be cognizant of the fact that like you're biased. Because I see so many Space Ishtar fans try to be like, oh, no, these other units are trash all the time. And they try to like argue against them. And I'm like, no, you just really like Ishtar. Like, please stop saying these things, especially when people don't know what they're talking about. Like, again, like I said, I saw plenty of criticism of Moriarty from Space Ishtar fans. And I'm like, we get it. You like Space Ishtar. Kindly butt out. And not in the sense of like, you're not allowed to have an opinion on this, but just in the sense that like, if your entire opinion is just my favorite unit is the best, that's not an opinion. At that point, you're just basically like propaganda. Like you're just sitting in there just arguing for why you like your unit. So it's not a discussion of how well the performance of the other unit is. They're meta chasing. Yeah, maybe, right? Like I do think there's a good chunk of like the Space Ishtar crowd at first that were like not necessarily that they weren't Rin fans, but that they were meta chasers. And we know this from, you can look at the reaction to the Musashi buff with regards to Ibuki, right? Like all of a sudden Ibuki was not the highest damage and like people lost their mind. People couldn't handle that. And I think it's because they had to suddenly eat crow from a lot of people that they were trying to flex on constantly. And it's like, this is why you just don't be an asshole to people and you'll be good. I'm all in for Jalter propaganda. Yeah, I don't have any issue with propaganda so much as you just are aware that it is propaganda and you don't try to hide that it is, right? Like, I think as long as you're transparent about the fact that it's just because you like that unit, it's a-okay. Rather than trying to make an argument and trying to hide the fact and trying to be like, oh no, this unit's bad because I say so. And it has nothing to do with the fact that my favorite unit over here is just that much better. Like, Come on, guys. The issue with meta chasing is that you never finish. Oh yeah, absolutely. If you always have to have the best unit in the game, you'll never be satisfied, and you always have to roll every unit. Eventually, right? Like, I'll take a propaganda at Summer Musashi. Yeah, I mean, like, and that's honestly in Summer Musashi's case, I kind of like low key agree. Not in the sense that like people ever really hated her, but I did see tons of people being like, she's not good. Why is she not good? She's not a good looper, and I'm like, okay, think that. Go ahead and think that. See where it gets you. Meanwhile, I'm over here basically riding around on my jet ski screaming in English and enjoying the American clad titties. One day Hoku will get her NP upgrade, hopefully. In the meantime, I'll NP5 and 120 her. Yeah, exactly. That way she'll be ready. Sounds like a them problem. Yeah. In the same way that I'm sure people are like, well, Cad, you just don't like Ishtar, and that's why you say these things. And I'm like, no, I have an NP2 space Ishtar on my account as well. I have no issue with her. Just so much that I have issue with people that like basically can't be transparent with why they're saying what they're saying. My answer to them is Kengo Batu. Oh, wait, is it Kengo Batu? I could have sworn what Musashi was saying was table for two. Anyways. But Cad, if bad, why hot? I don't know. Her loopability prior to like Castoria being in the game was certainly a concern. But I think that was just more of a time where like we just did not have a lot of like capability to do so. Oh yeah, sexy. My name is Miyamoto Musashi. How dare you don't like Ren faces? I didn't say I don't like Ren faces. See, there you go. You're putting words in my mouth. Ren is I don't want to like say this. Yeah, I just won't say this. There's certain statements I could make that I feel like it would just land me in hot water, so I'll just never say them. You not sexy. Good. I'm glad you don't find me sexy. I can't believe Cad didn't say that. Exactly. I didn't say that. All right, chat, let's do a Grail front. Sakura faces are my personal favorite. Hey, more power to you, right? Like in the same way that Saber faces are my personal favorite. Like, I don't begrudge people that don't like Saber as long as they keep their mouth shut about it. In the same way that it's like, I'm not going to sit there and talk about what I don't like about Ren or Sakura. Because why? It's just going to make you not like me if I say that. So I'll just keep it to myself. I think it's the polite thing to do, right? Time for Cad to get revenge on the elephants. Yes, the elephants. Okay. Actually, no, I can't turn that on because I'll probably get copy claims since it's NA music. I like Arturia a lot. I just like a few others way more. That's fine. It's the civil way? Yeah, I mean, people are not polite to each other anymore. Aim for spaces with damage cut. No. Center side paths contain a lot of items that can help you. Try making use of them when you're having trouble. I won't have trouble. Okay, so let's see. What do we got? We have a Janako, we have a Moon Cancer, an Assassin that can buff strip, a Sassy Lost Child, a pair of Yuri Pirates, And we are guaranteed our own fancy Liz. So again, like I said, we did have the change to the mechanics here. Peanut, I'm gonna blow your mind here. What if I told you that Salter was just Artoria? There's really no reason to bring an assassin to this. I just don't really get much of anything. Um, we're gonna have Squeak Crystal to Morgan, as I think it's actually gonna make the difference. Now, I have said before that you should take Mystic codes that basically come back really fast. So things like the OG Mystic code, or again, even Atlas can also be useful in here because again, it's a challenge environment. But basically, it doesn't matter. Like, not if you have enough units and a good strategy, you can usually pull through regardless. Now, I might take more of a beating because of that. Oh, I'm so glad that they told me this, like, literally after I committed all the units to the battle instead of, like, before. But it's perfectly fine. Okay, so we're going to go ahead. We're going to move BB up. And everybody has their own movement capacity now, which is really nice, actually. I'll go ahead and leave BB off that. One of them will probably come down onto the damage cut, and I also probably won't care. I'm going to move Castoria over there. We're going to move the Master forward 1. Oh, right, because it's 30 to move the Master now. They made that a little bit more difficult. And remember, the biggest issue you're going to have is actually just trying to get enough stuff. Now, remember, cooldowns are of the utmost importance in this, so it's like you really do want to try as hard as you can. I actually probably don't need the arts card here, so we're just going to go ahead and do double quick. As again, she does have writing, and star generation's actually pretty good with her quick card, as well as NP generation. So you can see I'm just going to do that, basically get some more stars for the next turn. The sound off cat doesn't get to hear BB talk every time he gets a chest. Is that what you want me to do? Is you want me to turn it off so that I can hear it? Or turn it on so that I can hear it? Now, the good thing to denote, too, is make sure you guys are paying attention to where the chests are. Obviously, I've got a little bit of an issue up here because she's baby guarding one of them. But that is what it is. I just need to take care of her before, like, literally everybody else suicides onto me. The good news is, like, back here, there's no chest. So in this first one, you're pretty okay because I believe one of the Ganeshas will just stay home and defend the Master. So attacking into this will actually get me access to Gil, which is somewhat ideal. And we're going to go ahead and do it. I still don't need the Buster card because it's just not necessary. So we're basically just going to go ahead and get rid of Anne Bonnie and put Kid Gil down to one bar. And we'll save the Buster card for if Assassin Chisho shows up. You can see 120s are really effective in a Grail front as well. They have so much more raw stat potential than just about everybody else. So I could continue to advance on here. He would attack me, but then I'd probably end up with a Ganesha coming down onto a defensive square, which would not be an ideal scenario. So what are we going to do? We're going to back up. Literally going to pull back. There's no reason not to. I can weather that storm. There you go, chat. We got the stingers. We're going to keep doing that. The real problem would be Osaka Behime if she would attack me. The good news is Osaka Behime will not attack me. She's a danger unit. She will stay right here in order to guard. At least she should. That's normally how it works. Just not always. I am going to send the master up the left side here in the hopes that I get that. If not, I will send Lartoria over this way. And I wouldn't at all be surprised to see like Kid Gil try to make a run for it and try to come get the master. But if that's the case, I'll just send her down. So I'm not expecting that to happen, but who knows? Kid Gil will probably be dead at the end of this turn anyways. I do think they need to make enemy turns faster in these. There's tactics I went full on assault mode. For this first one, you absolutely can. For the rest, I'm gonna laugh at you. Okay, so there's Kid Gil. I'll go ahead and utilize the heal just to get it on cooldown. And basically, Kid Gil is probably going to be more of the same, but I think I will actually utilize my arts card here just to try and get back to an NP. Thankfully, we should get some overkill hits with it. Yep, there you go. We also got a lucky crit, so I think we would have gotten to the NP anyways, but that definitely secured it. So Kid Gil attacks me and suicides onto me on his own turn, which is perfectly fine. And there you go. You can see Ganesha's coming down because she wants like an idiot. We're gonna move the master over, keep sending her towards the chest. You can use the master to get the chests. So I definitely don't like this. She's already got her NP. So I think we do sit back since we're still outside of her range. The only problem will be if I advance forward, Ganesha might come up this way. Yeah, you know what? We're actually going to sit here. We have a tactically advantageous turn. We do nothing. The best play is to not move. There you go. So now Ganesha had to commit and had to get out of that dual threat position that she was in. Which hilariously does not work for her. Okay, everybody gets the benefit of charisma. We actually have a Liz turn here. I don't think Liz herself will card out of it. So we'll go ahead and basically pull that. Let her try to pop it, and I'll let, when I get the Lartoria cards, potentially let her deal with it. Which I should get... Well, not if she kills. I was going to say I should get 2 turns here, but... Is getting all the chests. Thanks, Ganesha. Yeah, you got to be careful. Like I said, enemies will suicide onto you. Funny, I rarely had to use a single craft essence for the first one. A craft essence? I mean, the only craft essence I put on was basically invuln pierce in case my Morgan ended up against the Ganeshas that have invuln. So now they're out of range. Neither of these are in range to actually be able to attack. Now we can actually move this forward. And there's going to be a lot of health that I'm going to have to try and deal with here, especially for an AoE. But I should be A-okay. And we're probably just going to try to card this one out. And it looks like she'll do it just fine. There we go. We get an easy one. And the next turn, I'll basically shift and move the Castoria over as well. Okay, so now I have two, but this actually presents me a unique opportunity. What we're going to do... Yeah. This one's gonna be fairly funny. And you guys can see I could just dismantle this stuff. This at a simple level, this is not much of a strategic challenge. And it's very easy to like go through it. I don't have to go full aggressive. I can just sit back and let the enemy suicide onto me and then gobble up what's left. Okay. We move her up into a defensive position right next to her. And then we basically are going to grab Lartoria and move her up so that now she can also attack. And we're literally going to wombo combo her so that she never gets that NP off. Unfortunately, I did not get the right cards. But it will kill. It should kill at least. Because I'm still the beneficiary of Sadistic Charisma. And that one Lartoria card should be enough. As these are going to be about... Ooh, okay, that was closer than I thought. Liz didn't do as much as I thought because she didn't have her defense there. So I was expecting about 11k, but she actually only did about like 7.5. But either way, that was still enough, and it still got the job done. Again, Castoria can't do much of anything this turn. We'll go ahead and send the Master up, and we're going to be able to grab that first chest. Really shouldn't matter at this point, but I will probably... Interestingly enough, I did end up using the damage cut, even though I told the game I wouldn't. And these two should sit back. Yeah, you can see Ganesha is literally just going to sit there and turtle. Okay. We grab that. I think I'm just going to go ahead and... Whoops. I was going to say, I don't know what I accidentally hit right there, but I'm going to grab that. I will probably just go ahead and move Liz forward and let her sit on that. Because we need to actually, like, before killing Ganesha, we need to kill the danger unit here. Granted, I have 2 attacks this turn, so it is possible if I get the right cards. This is going to be an NP turn. And she still has the defense down, thankfully. And we got her with Curse, nice. So that'll carry over at least. We need more Grail Fronts. It's a funny minigame. I actually really like them. It's just, they definitely take a long time. Okay, now we actually end up with a Morgan Brave Chain. So we're going to go ahead and pop that. I'm going to go ahead and give all the charge to her at this point. Just because she might be able to get back. And there we go. Ooh, that was close. I almost tipped my drink over. And one Buster card, damn it. So perfectly done, perfectly handled. It was possible that I didn't have to NP that second turn, but I only had the 2 Morgan cards, and I was not convinced that I would mop her up with that. So that's why I went ahead and did the NP. And you can see here now, I basically only have 1 enemy even left. We're going to grab the last little bit of the chests here. And essentially, because I am more than 1 square away, even should Liz pop the bar, Ganesha cannot suicide because I'm not in the adjoining square. So Ganesha is going to come and attack. Best case scenario, I managed to get a bar here, but I'm willing to bet I do not. Oh, wow. You actually almost charged me to full. Go ahead and pop that, but I don't think it's going to make much of a difference. I'll be very impressed if Liz gets the bar, but I don't think she does. Yep. So she would have needed a crit at minimum to even stand a chance there. Okay, so we're going to grab Castoria. Have Castoria get the chest. Going to allow Morgan to kind of come forward in case I need her. And this also means that Morgan can now back that up. And we can grab the last remaining chest and we're done. So basically I just need to take out Ganesha here. We'll go ahead, we'll attack once. Go ahead, pop the Sadistic Charisma, put the defense down. I could save the Sadistic Charisma, but I probably just don't need to. She'll just card this one out. And interestingly enough, since I should have enough to attack one more time, there is the possibility that Liz handles this for me. Possibility. Basically, she has everything she needs to in play here. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. It takes 30. So, yeah, I forgot. She cannot attack again on this turn. We'll go ahead and move the Master one more time just for shits and giggles. And we will leave that. And basically, Ganesha will die on her own turn. Because she was stupid and decided, hey, I'm going to attack into doubles. Even though I should be in a defensive mode. So basically, it's just going to look like that. I mean, I don't think I'll need that NP, but whatever. The arts card alone, actually, because it's got the Castoria buff on it, might have just killed, but... May as well subject her to Morgan Le Fay NP. There you go. Nice and easy, chat. So there's no more enemies left, so it's an automatic win. See, BB knows. So that's the first Grail front down. We got one more, I think, that's out right now. Song taking me back in time. Yeah, you got a Superman that hoe. Okay, so right here, now we've got this. And this is the second one. Oh, yeah, they put the basic training in there. I totally forgot that was the thing because, again, it was meant to learn the new mechanics. And I'm sure people are going to go into this Grail front and be like, what the hell? Why are these mechanics so different? Be careful not to isolate yourself when taking left or right paths. Okay. Thank you for the hints, game. All right, so let's take a look. So for starters, that's going to be a concern. I'm going to need to draw the attention down here and sweep, basically. But that is what that is. There's also essentially this right here, and this is going to be a shit box to try and get in with the 3 Ganeshas in there. But essentially, it looks like we've got 3 Moon Cancers, a Saber, 3 Lancers, the Valkyries, which means the fact that they start you out with Robin Hood so close to the Valkyries means they just want Robin Hood to die. But I think at that point, we're just going to go ahead. We're going to throw in an OG Artoria in there. They give me Lancer and Assassin. Cool. I've got the perfect Assassin. It's Assassin that's a Saber. Or rather, a Saber killer. Got the perfect Lancer. And then Rider, I probably only need 1, but Rider is just really not that useful here. So we are going to squeeze out any amount of NP we can with Mate Alter. And I'm going to do just like I did before. And we're going to go ahead and strap a sweet crystal to OG Artoria and let her just go to town. Oh no, Janako's getting serious. OG Artoria slapped this front for me, yeah. They actually start you out in like the worst possible like areas for this. And I like low key kind of hate them for that. So I could bait with Robin Hood, but I really just don't need to. We're just gonna basically swap them. Gonna bring the Master forward. I'm gonna leave you right there. Because if I move her forward, she probably gets trapped and I have to like swap and waste some of her movement. Oh, impressively stupid of them. Impressively stupid. So it looks like they really are just chasing Robin Hood to a degree. Go ahead, attack into me. I dare you. And Rider again can move like double the range. So basically, because it's a 15 movement cost, it can move 3 times on its turn. We're going to go ahead and keep moving the Master left. It does create at least a little bit of an opening. And I'm basically just going to attack into this. They can grab their party effect. I don't give a shit. It ain't going to do crap to me. We're going to go ahead, pop my Buster up. We're going to take out the higher health one, which is Thrud. And we're just going to try to basically neutral it down. I don't have a CE on her this time, so... actually, I didn't have a CE on her last time, but, you know, again. That was basically enough to actually get the job done. Now, they might bar pop her if they get a lucky crit on the next attack, but shouldn't be the case because it should be just her attacking into 1. I'm going to keep basically him right there, not move him back at all. And there you go. That's the next turn. I ended up baiting 2 Ganeshas down left path with Izo, and he chipped away until Ushi showed up and slapped their shit. Yep. Yeah, so if this had been double, if I had had both versions of the Valkyries here, this would have been a little bit more nasty, but without this well, I do have crit stars. There is the possibility. I think I just go for it. Just take what I can here. Yeah, the master can only move space per turn. I actually think it helps. I actually think it's a good thing that that's the case, because otherwise you should just be able to kite with the master. So it does make you have to play defensively, but you will see that will be a major problem in the next to last Grail front. It will not be a huge problem in the last one. It'll be a major problem in the next to last one, because the game just starts you out in a very bad position. Woo, spicy. Spicy Hilder. Come on, lucky crit. There it is. I would probably not have bar popped her otherwise. You're the blacksmith singing the Hammer and Anvil song? I see. You fool! You foolish fool! What have you done, Ortoland? Oh, you thought you stopped me. How cute. You didn't. I'm not even... I literally don't even need anything else here. We're just gonna do the BQB chain. Get the charge, get the stars, get the kill. One 20 Artoria gonna do work. That is for certain. Okay, so let's resolve this one at a time. Let's start attacking into a double. So she will definitely kill the shit out of Ortoland. And then we're basically, I probably should have just gone double arts, but whatever. We're basically going to use that to mop up if there is anything left of Ganesha afterwards. There will be, thankfully. Barghest is a demon in this? Yeah, Barghest is really good. Sabers should beat archers because how close they need to be. Archers should beat lancers because of the long range, and lancers should beat sabers. Yeah, I agree, but that is sort of the problem, is like they have equal justification going the other way, but like I actually do feel like for the most part they're kind of backwards. Okay, so we've put Artoria in there. Let's put Lartoria up against this. This is going to be an interesting one, because I just do not know if she will actually have the damage capacity to burst down Hilder here. Probably needs another lucky crit. Oh no, she didn't. Sweet. So with the Mystic Code, it was just enough. There we go. Lartoria ends up getting out relatively unscathed. Honestly, Robin Hood's going to be rather useless at this point. I'm going to move the Master behind. And we're going to then attack with MHX. This is going to be a spicily interesting one. So we're going to go ahead and put the defense on you. Going to go ahead and use the invincible. And realistically, it should just give an attack up, yeah. So we'll go ahead and do that because I just need all the capacity I possibly can in order to actually like burst down Ganesha. I did get a lucky crit there, but this is not going to do the job. Maybe if I had had the Mystic Coat attack buff, but it was probably better to not lose a bar by someone else. Either way, this is actually really nice because now Ganesha's stunned. So even if Ganesha can attack, she is stunned. I actually have no idea how this will work. I have no idea if Ganesha can attack on her own turn. But it won't matter because we can attack again since we are an assassin. So, okay, so the stun is actually worthless. She straight up just does not give a shit about it. We'll just go ahead, card it out, get some free stars for the next turn. And we will have to weather Ganesha attacking us, but that should be basically it. But yeah, I was really curious to know how that one worked, and I guess it's just because it's a turn-based effect that just did not apply to the next one. The real problem is I could step up with Ryder, but I'm very likely to get pincered if that happens. As it stands right now, I'm actually currently A-okay with things, so we will just go ahead and end the turn. Yep, everybody else attacked into everybody that I wanted them to. Okay, go ahead and blow the Buster up because I will probably just not really need it otherwise. And we are just going to card Ganesha down. And there you go. OG Arturia handles it. Ganesha attacks into me. This is going to be an interesting one because I would prefer not to use the NP here, but I very well might. I think we do this and I basically just kill Ganesha on my turn. Oh, it doesn't matter. Ganesha dies. Sweet. I did not expect to land all crits there. So that actually worked out really, really well. But yeah, I was going to say, I would have just attacked on my turn anyway, so it really didn't matter. Now we have room to work. The real problem, though, is this. This cannot die. We still have this to collect. So I still have 3 more things that need to kind of fall my way. We are going... Whoops. That actually was not good of me. We are going to end up moving things along. But basically, my assassins need to kind of get into position. I'm going to keep basically Lartoria back here. I could move her up one more, but I do not wish to. No, I'm just going to actually move her right back. Essentially, I'm just trying to keep Ganesha from committing towards one of the boxes. Okay, so we got that one. Some free and easy QP. We grab that. And even though we can't move again, basically Ganesha can't attack because she can't move twice and attack. And now we just go ahead and end the turn. There you go. Ganesha moves up a little bit, but not too much. So the real problem is going to, again, be what she kind of chooses to do. I'm going to leave Lartoria here in the hopes of baiting Ganesha up this way and kind of putting pressure on her. I'm going to keep moving the Master forward in the hopes of a bait as well. Actually, we're going to move MHX down there and not have her attack. We're going to move Artoria in close proximity. And we're going to move him back there. We're going to move her back here as well. Basically, I'm stacking the middle, but I want Ganesha to be aware of this. And hopefully the AI will sense that threat and not move down. Ganesha did, like an asshole. I low-key kind of hate her for that. But we're going to go ahead and start the rumbling here. Okay, so she actually has defense up. We're going to go ahead and take the anti-saber attack damage aptitude there, basically. Well, sorry, it's not attack damage aptitude, but it's her power mod on her third skill. We're actually just going to go ahead and take both arts cards here. So essentially, MHX is doing effective damage. She's on suicide mode now. That's fine. As long as I have a single target, I'm okay. It's if she rams herself into, like, Artoria and I try to handle her with Artoria, that I'm in trouble. Okay. Now, I can do that again. I am unlikely to kill, but I can do this again. We're going to go ahead and pop Invincible since I'm also likely to get hit by Ganesha this turn. And we'll just do it like that. Okay, so we actually do get the bar. That's really, really good for me. Because basically I can pull Artoria in and have her in P should I need to. But the real concern is going to be Ganesha killing herself. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to back Artoria off just one little bit here. I also, like, low-key hate that Ganesha is still, like, right there. So I could pull Artoria up to try and bait, but I really don't like using my waifu as baits. Even though that is a sound strategy, I won't do it. And we're instead going to risk everything else. I can do it. So I'm really glad. Oh no, the invuln is off. God damn it. All right, we're probably going to end up losing the bar here, but at least she gets oh, sweet. No, that is actually ideal. Holy crap. And we still have the anti-saber damage. Yeah, we're going for it. So MHX probably takes her. Yep. And now the thing is sweet. So the problem is I'm probably about to get bar popped by Ganesha here. Yeah. 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 Understandable. But Ganesha's going to regret that in a minute. Okay, now that is all treasure chests. Double check, yes, and there is 5 of them. We're just gonna basically combine that with the quick card because we don't need the charge. We card her down. Ganesha's likely to attack into Artoria with her right next to her. And her not being at full health, but it definitely depends. going to keep advancing the master. And then we're also going to do this, as that's going to give Ganesha a heart attack about what's going to happen to the master the next turn. But unfortunately, I can't dare move closer. Ganesha will still just go after me. But we will leave things to... You know what? No. I'm going to move you out. Yep. All right. That's a GG. I basically manipulated Ganesha to attack how I wanted her to. And now Ganesha gon' die. Whee! And you know what? I don't even need to do anything other than just card her out. So boom. You don't even get Excalibured. And that is GG for that Grail front. So like I said, you can see most of the strategy isn't even like how to handle them. It's just straight up how to like get the chests. That's it. Chests are important. Yep. Time for Wua servers to blow up? Probably. It's 9:59, so it's quite literally like right now. It's already up. All right, sweet. It went up early like an hour ago? What? Was it already up? That's weird. But okay. I'm surprised you guys didn't tell me. That is like super loud. Let's see if Cad finds a new blonde woman with big crits on here. I don't believe there are. Like, I haven't looked at all the available units for Wuthering Waves. I've just kept myself relatively in the dark. But I'm gonna... The music's good. But I'm gonna go ahead and assume that it's like... not got a woman of my type, because MiHoYo and Kuro don't seem to like that. Though, admittedly, didn't PGR has like Bianca, right? So like Bianca is quite literally Artoria, but we'll see. Music is really loud at the start here. Yeah, I'll see if I can find it in the settings. Oh, right. Yeah, it thinks the game is like here twice. I heard this is like an issue. I thought you wanted to do things that are... Yeah, it's fine. Apparently she's in 1.1 and not released. See, I hate the fact that, like, that's something that's already known. That, like, the game is fresh out, and no server is really ahead, but they already know that there's a 1.1, and they already know who's gonna be. Alright, chat, hold on. Oh, okay, so I guess I just don't get to do anything. Rover from afar, your name is Khadroth. Yes, we're going with the woman, chat. I'm not staring at the male. You can't make me. I hope this doesn't turn into a leak fest like Hoyo games. I mean, the reason Hoyo games are leaked, as far as I understand it, is because the leakers actually have access to the internal server that Hoyoverse uses to test things, which is probably the stupidest thing I've ever heard. That, like, after all this time, they haven't managed to put an end to that. Chat, should I play with mouse and keyboard or controller? I heard controllers better. Okay. Seems like some of the leakers just work in the game itself. Probably. They drip marketed too? Okay. Also, let me stop this because I'm hearing audio double. Okay. Oh my god, it's literally us. That looks like that hurt. Oh, hand holding? This is lewd. Oh, never mind. We're being cast out of heaven. The music is way better than Genshin. Straight up. And I don't think Genshin has bad music. Okay. Dad, I'm getting some Death Stranding vibes.
Let me see. Let me see.
Oh god, it's Skyrim.
Thank goodness you're awake, or I'll have to try my last-ditch move. Emergency skills for junior patrollers. Lesson 1, CPR. Ugh.
No, stay down.
Did it on any living person, though. Juicia. Sorry. You just woke up, and here I am, chatting up a storm.
I'm sorry, some of these names are just ridiculous. Chishia? I don't know how to handle that.
Are you all right? Do you feel any discomfort?
You gonna choose sub or dub? I'm gonna choose sub, but I don't have any actual choice in the matter yet.
You
I
can
think
call
it's
me
stupid.
Trisha, and she's Yang Yang.
Why not just be like Patricia? It would be fine. I'm okay with Yang Yang. That's easy.
We are in the Gorge of Spirits. It's on the outskirts of Jinzhou, Huanglong.
It keeps skipping? Yeah, it's skipping on my end too, chat. Just FYI. I assume that's lag.
Your attire doesn't seem local. Are you a roving traveler from afar, or someone returning home?
I'm a red rover. Yeah, there's definitely some lag. Holy crap. Huh.
So you don't know why you're here, where you're from, who you are.
Hold on, chat. There we go. Maybe that'll help it some, but I don't think it really will.
Baisha didn't tell us you'd have these after effects when you wake up. The wind has brought us a warning. The Etheric Sea is converging. It seems a new tacit field is taking shape. That means it's probably gonna get dangerous here soon. I knew it. Our gourds are out of service because of the Etheric Sea's influence. We can't send or receive messages for help now. We better hurry over to meet up with Baiju at our gathering spot and get out of here.
Baiju.
Guess you really can't recall a thing, but don't worry. If you got any questions, we can talk as we move. Yang Yang and I will give you the full scoop, every little detail from the get-go.
I'm gonna say the smart thing that like Genshin did was it started out with Mondstadt, which was English names, and then it tried to introduce the foreign names later.
Rover, can we call you that for now? Before you remember your true name?
Where's my no option?
We shouldn't stay here. If you don't have other plans, how about leaving with us for now? Oh, that's great. Let's go together.
This game is struggling. Ah, yes, the utterance of marvels. Okay. Settings. Master volume. I'm assuming that's Japanese. Well, actually, I don't know. Oh, that's text language. Thank you. Yes. Wait, Huh? Huh? What? Okay. It was not letting me out of that menu. You're gonna make me download. Confirm. So, chat. I do like that you could just do this from the menu and it doesn't like take you out of the game and return you to the main menu or make you close the game down to reapply this. In all seriousness, while this looks podunk, this is actually like way better than most other games that would have a problem with this. That's $5 for the voice pack. This isn't Genshin, chat. Okay. And it still didn't change. Manage voice packs. Okay, so you can actually manage them. Can I uninstall English? Why does my escape button not do anything? Okay, so I think not really caring for the controller just yet, but well, you know what? Fuck it. We'll continue to do it. All right, chat, if you want to be my friend, my user ID is down here right underneath my thing, so write it down. 500 396 with 595 on the side. And then my resonators. Ah, yes, the many resonators that I have. Okay.
あんたは何も覚えてないみたいだけど、これだけは 99%。いや、100% 確定できる。 それはあんたも共鳴者だってこと。
Okay.
脅迫者さんは手の甲に温痕がありますし、ひょうたんも
Where's
持
my
っています。
sprint button?
見た目は少し違いますが、
Okay, R1.
どちらも共鳴者の特徴です。それとヤンヤンが共鳴能力で
Oh my god!
風から情
Oh,
報を
it's
読み取ってるみたいに、一部の
Oh
共鳴者は
god!
なんとなく無音区が形成されてることを感知できるんだ。
Wait, how do I loot
私
this?
には何もわからないんだけ
How do
ど
I
ね。
loot this?
それに共鳴者じゃな
Okay,
い人は
circle.
よっぽどのことがない限り野外をうろついたりしないからね。
I'm really surprised that they let you control the game character and they did not give you much yet in the way of like instructions. What's with games lately that like default your camera to like straight up like this? Like, chat, I want to be clear here. I'm not pressing a button and my camera keeps returning to this angle.
急に危ない残像が出てくるかもしれないから気をつけて。
Ping as shit? Yeah, I can tell. So it's like, watch, as I let this go and then move. Oh, now it doesn't do it. Don't ask me, chat. Did you just say ghetto? Huh? Enhanced resonance skill. Okay. Okay, so it does use stamina to attack.
記憶はなくても戦い方は覚えてるんだな。次は絶対先手を取るぞ。出ないとマーシャルファン。いやいや。
General, thank you for the 57. How you doing today? We're just attempting to check out Wuthering Waves. You know what, chat? I think to make this more disturbing for you, every time the game lags, I'm gonna like stop in the middle of my sentence. So it's like if I'm just like moving around, I'm just gonna be like stuck in a really like weird pose. Just to make you think that you're stream lagged. That's rude. What do you mean, chat? A dragon. Oh, now my character looks stupid. I'm just staring up in the sky like... Oh. I think I remember something. Our sentinel? Ah, yes. In Huanglong. Sentinel Oracle Engine. In Jinzhou. I really want to know why, because like I've seen FGO do this of late too, and it's like I really want to know why like things just do this. And I'm like, just write it better. I don't know. Like... It's a Japanese thing, yeah. Okay, manifesting in the form of a long dragon. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
交流の各地域をそれぞれ統治するもちろん
Uh-huh.
他の場所にも採取はいます。
Uh-huh. What do they look like?
交流の採取は竜の見た目をして
Okay,
い
so
ま
they
す
take
が
the shape of dragons.
その他の採取の姿を目にするなんてなかなかできません。それこそそれなのに採取が近くに見えているのですか？ということは漂白者さんは採取の共鳴者？でも
So
今の今
clearly
週
that
採取
person's
の
an
共鳴者は
imposter.
レイン様ですし。やばい、これって巨老級の残像だよね。シカを助けましょう、漂白者さん。
Well, at least the lag seems to have gotten better. Since I taunted it saying that I was gonna like make my face like just stuck in a weird position. The game hasn't done anything. Press R2 to cast Resonance Liberation.
響け。隙だらけね。
Okay. Ooh, he's a big boy.
漂白者さん、気をつけて。行こう。
Oh, okay. So is it R1 to dodge?
Yeah. 行くよ。
Nice try, big boy. Huh. Huh.
行くよ。一気に行くよ。
Okay, so I actually do like that. I think my stream lags, yeah. So the fact that you can like switch back and forth and it's such a short cooldown means you can actually use that to dodge, which is kind of cool. I actually do like that. That's an interesting way to handle things.
行こう。
Oh god. Oh god. Can I climb this? Yes. Oh, yes, bird egg. Well, at least the platforming is like really smooth. I have to give them credit for that. But then they put invisible walls, and now I have to give them demerits for that. Is this a chest?
大事にしないとね。
Union experience? So that was just very missable. Like, that chest did not stand out in the slightest. Okay. It's almost like too smooth. Like my character feels like a crack weasel. Sounds familiar. Anyone know the VA? I don't know, but I agree with you. It does sound like a major Japanese VA. I'm not super good with VA names though. Oh, I thought I needed to go down, but I guess I came up. See, like, it literally just defaults the camera to up when you're sprinting. Why does it do that? Like it forces you to have your thumb on the right joystick at all times. And I like low-key don't like to do that. It only does that on controller for me? Yeah. I think that's just a like kind of bug a little bit. Training pistols. Okay, so like, do I have gear? Training sword. Yeah, why is this just discount TACOC Destiny? I like how it lags even in the menu. That's how you know it's the servers. Well, you know what? There was one other game I played where there was lag in a menu. And it was Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk just had ridiculous fucking lag in menus. There's also beta in Imminence and Shadow. Reigns is VA. Okay. Crack Weasel? Yeah, Crack Weasel. You're familiar with it, right, Peanut? Okay, I'm gonna assume Astrite is quite literally like can I not? Can I harvest this? Do I need a pick? Okay, there we go. It's just like Genshin, you just gotta damage it. It's been a hot second since I've played Genshin. And by hot second, I mean hot 2 years. Yeah, like my character just like, in some degree, like grasps the wall all the time. I assume both these characters are like the quote-unquote welfares that you're just definitely gonna get, which is Jixia and Yang Yang.
なんてったって天候が作った防御施設は難攻不落。中枢信号塔が城全体を覆うように保護シールドを出してるからね。へへでしょ。今週は石崩れの高地と北楽野原に面しており、関所と要塞の役割を持つので交流の要衝と呼ばれています。白紙、ここで待ち合わせするって約束したのに来ないな。
The small currency that can convert into pulls, of course. You can't ever actually straight up have it. You're playing discount Genshin? Nah. You see, this is Wuthering Waves, and Wuthering Waves is like the main one. Now Genshin is discount Wuthering. Although that's not true because it's not at a discount. Yeah, I do agree. Like the lag here is like, oh god. But I also assume it's like maybe even they didn't anticipate the like hype, right? Granted, they should have. They had 30 million pre-registrations. Yeah, Byakshi. Bakshi. CAD locked in. It's kind of difficult to be because like, one, I have no idea what's going on. Two, the game is laggy as shit. Let's go down then. They knew how many pre-registered they had, so they had an idea. Yeah, I think so too.
白紙のもデバイスの滑空機能を使いましょう。漂白者さん、私に任せてください。
Okay, I totally missed that because I was more concerned with why my camera was like locked. Okay, I figured it was just double tap, so thank God.
ここ無音区だよ。なんでこんなところに。ねえ、白紙聞いてってば。私たちあれ。
It's a penis monster? It's a wiggler. It's a wiggler from Monster Hunter. Is anyone else getting issues with controller support? I'm using controller and it definitely like my controller's working, but my camera just keeps defaulting to like staring straight up in the sky.
白紙はただあなたのことを心配してくれているんです。確かにさっきまで倒れていたあなたをむやみに連れ回すべき。
I suddenly feel so much pain.
おしゃべりするなら場所を変えましょう。
I don't like that our character is just like emotionless though. Oh, hi.
これから行こう。しまった。チャンスはあるはず。風よ起これ。大丈夫。
Oh, okay. Like a cooldown on my dodge?
しまった。響け。
I must have missed it.
この身を刃に
Here we go. That wasn't bad. That felt overly like easy for the player, because like you could basically just sit there and spam like attack in his face, and the counter was just press it at the right time.
いやーめっちゃ焦ったよ。あのバリア頑張って壊そうとしたんだけどびくともしなくてさ。
They give you specific moves to do on boss fights. Yeah, I like it. It's nice.
私も大丈
It
夫。
definitely feels more involved than Genshin, because it does feel like you need to like pay attention to what the boss is doing. Whereas like in Genshin, it just felt like you just sat there pressing buttons and just kind of like the boss died, and like the only thing you really ever needed to watch out for is like, is the boss gonna do a big sweep? Oh no, dodge away. Like that's really all you had to pay attention to, it felt like.
これ見て。これは残響ですね。
Throw up a big shield and forget the boss moves, right? And that may be a thing eventually in this game. I don't know, right? Like maybe people that don't like an active style of combat decide like, hey, I'm just gonna go this like tanky build. But we'll see.
音には必ず響きが残る。これは残響と呼ばれるもので、デバイスってのは共鳴者たちが持っているあの
Oh yeah, the Pengu terminal.
交流の技術はでも残像を倒したらデータドックのレベルが高いほど残響を入手できる確率が上がります。残響を手にですが、先ほどデバイスが発した警報は怒涛級以上の残像の出現を知らせるもの。漂白者さんのデータドックレベルでとりあえずやってみよう。あ、ダメか。
Says I'm level 0.
まあまあ、ご飯はよく噛んで食べろって言うしさ。弱い敵の残像を回収していけば、いつか確かこの辺りに小さいアツツがいるんだ。あれ可愛いんだよ。後で一緒に捕まえに行こう。この異常現象は各所に報告する必要が。まずはここを離れましょう。
Oh god, it's Paimon.
「この力は一体」あんたまだそんな技を隠し持ってたのか。こんな共鳴能力見たこともないよ。もしかしたらまだ他にもすごい力持ってるんじゃない？残像丸飲みとか音外炭焼きとか。共鳴能力じゃない？気分はどうですか？何かお体は？具合は？吸収した残響の影響は？白紙漂白者。白紙？体が音害を吸収する得意な例ではあるけれど。体が音害を吸収？季節眼交流編の冒頭にこの世に折し天神健康を支障に宿しその身に音害を収める一気行化生まれし万古天地を覆い敬意相応をもって四方を照らす。要するに昔々まだデバイスが世に存在していない時代にすごいお方がいて、最も強い残像を吸収して音害に変換しその力を利用してこの世界を再構築した。
それから考慮の歴史が始まったってとこかな。やったー、褒められたーって喜びたいところだけど、ヤンヤンみたいに原文を全部
Okay.
本当かどうかはさておいて、これすっごい昔、もしかして漂白者私たちのご先祖様だったりする？まだデータサンプルと研究分析が足りない漂白者。
Look at all these women, so we are God? I don't know. Maybe.
あれ？受信で。
これは変定から今週の皆さん、お忙しいところ失礼します。今週の婚礼員、今氏です。月水祭が近づいており、今週にも各地から客人が訪れています。この素晴らしい祭日、古来から今週は残像庁を退ける前線拠点としての役を担ってきた険しい土地。
I knew this was the one you liked the design.
そんな戦争の重責を果たですが、本州を支えてきた民のおかげでこのような繁栄と平和を築くことができました。我々は常に恐れに屈せぬ意志と、そこで皆さんに一つお願い。ここを訪れる者の中に世と今州、そして交流にとって非常に重要、この時を長く待ち望んでいました。あなたは目覚めたこの世界にきっと混乱している、周囲で起きている奇怪な現象にもですので、もし今週境内にとどまるおつもりでしたら、あなたの疑問すべてにお答えすることは叶いません。もちろんこれは要請ではなく単な従って、今週の皆様お願いします。その客人と出会うことがあれば便宜を図り、精一杯もてなしてください。
I already don't like this from the stance that, like, I can't even accelerate this. This is literally as fast as I can read through it. And, like, I get if you wanted to be cinematic and everything. It's like, yeah, it needs to go at an even pace. But it's like, this is the tutorial and I know it.
レイン様が言っていた客人は
漂白者さんですね。
Yep, that's me.
これが主膳。
Mega, thank you for the 59. Almost to 5 years. How you doing?
これが主席の実力だ。有名なヒーローショーの名台詞だよ。まだ完結してなくて、すでに4年くらい続いてるのかな。
漂白者さん、この日
It's really weird too, because it's like every other phrase.
漂白者さんは
So
どう
it's
しま
like
す
it's
か？
forcing the animations to play, is I think what's going on.
谷にいた時、漂白者さんは今週採取のその記憶が本当の出来事なのかは分かですが、レイン様の客人
So you see, like, she has to step forward
漂白者さん
and do stuff,
私たちの大切な
and now I can skip.
一緒にすっごい大変な目にあったんだもんね。こんな短時間であんな量の残像見たことないし。
So it's like, if the camera has to do something, if the people have to do something, it won't let you skip. Which I guess makes sense because they don't want to, like, break the cutscene. But... eh.
体調を考慮して今週中に着いたら一回全面的に検査した方が良さそうね。音害を吸収して以降、明白な異常は見られないけれど。
Hello, Tatani, how's it going?
ちょうどよかった。ここら辺で漂白者が吸収。
Ah, yes, 999 milliseconds. Let's go. 'No, I mean, I can kind of get why they have it, but I just don't agree with it.
さっ きの再現で漂白者が吸収できる、もしくはそれともデバイスならできるとか。大成功。漂白者のデバイスどこのなのかわからん。
Okay. Oh, and stat boost. Interesting. And let me guess, you're gonna roll and get better echoes that way. Friends? Oh my god, all of you wish to be my friend. How do I accept? Accept all. There we go. It didn't let me like individually accept, at least not as far as I could tell. Okay. I have a gun in my backpack.
見た目は少し変わってるけど、基本的な機能は私たちのデバイスのと同じだね。
Yeah, like, these servers just cannot handle this level of players, I guess.
これも音の力ね。はっ！やっ！響け。ふん！はっ！大事にしないとね。
Okay. What was that? Oh, he on hit belly.
行こう。これからよ。はっ！光よ、前！ふん！ふん！ふん！
Huh? Okay. New echo available to equip. Okay. Why does the X button not do anything on this? Huh? I don't want to auto equip. Okay. I guess you're just forcing me to see it. That's fine. But like it's really weird that it does stuff like that. Cause like I can't tell if the game is broken or if it's a tutorial forcing me. Why can I not absorb my raw meat? Chat's the fireflies from Monster Hunter. You follow them and they take you where you want to go. Huh. That's a weird dodge because it actually put me into the like thing. Oh my god, camera. Camera, please. Oh yes, Indigoite. Did you like the mixed fantasy and tech aesthetics? I'm okay with it to an extent. Honestly, this game looks a lot better than the initial like impressions I saw of it, because I did have a friend that played in the closed beta that I got to see. Not the more recent one, but like one of the closed betas a long time ago. And originally this game just looked like trash to me. Like everything was just kind of like shitty looking and unaesthetic. Everything was just like burnt, faded effect. And I'm like, it looked more post-apocalyptic than it did like fantasy. Which I don't know whether or not people would have liked it, but I didn't find it to be aesthetically appealing. And I like don't hate post-apocalyptic stuff. Like I play Fallout and everything, so it looked bad to me. I think his version's better so far. Yeah, I agree. I just need the controller to stop, like, literally tilting up on its own. Oh my god, that is so annoying. Surprised that didn't kill me, but okay. It was not the button I meant to hit. You can see, especially when the ground gets weird, it gets kind of rough. Oh yes, a gull puff. Rides the shoe puff. I wonder if that's an explodable thing. Oh my god, a basic supply chest. So Chad, is this my goon squad? I will say the main character has like no personality right now. The main character is just a fucking puppet. Ah, creepy yandere girl. All right, chat. I know what you like.
さてと、これからどうしよっか。美味しいものでも食べに行く？私は一旦研究員に戻るわ。分量谷の異変、無音区の復活。
天帝への報告は、私にも本州は政治の中心地であり、類種天帝は今州の干渉の役割を担う。
中枢信号塔を登録してもらいたいし、今週に初めて来た人をそれに。
では私は越見の手続きをしてきます。
うん。後で共鳴医療科にも話を通しておく。越見が終わったら研究員に来て、主に検体、病変によるリスクの排除、そしてバイタル情報ともちろん。
Only if I can give you a physical examination right back.
それじゃあ早速。
Bakshi or whatever your name is. Damn, calling me out like that's rude. I'm not being rude. I just know. It also looks like more life than anything they showed in the base. Like the town actually feels like it's an actual town right now. Okay. As proof that you just got done with the tutorial. So this is your version of Amber, chat. She has guns. So to me, this looks like this is like the constellations. But then I'm just wondering what all this is. I guess this is the skills. This is the upgrade to her basic kit. There you go, chat. Perfect view. Because the game just literally wants to, like, default you to that. Where it's like, oh, are you looking forward? Cool. Be a shame if I, like, literally went underneath into your ass. I kind of don't like that I can't change the camera at all in conversations. Also, is this dude like a panda man? He's 100% a panda man. That ass is clouds. I mean, like literally, like right there, chat. I didn't press anything. The game just defaulted to this. Like, that's the point I'm trying to make, is that like it's just doing that on its own. Wait, can I roll yet, chat? Or is that like not a thing? Like, am I still in the tutorial? Oh yeah, we got some stuff. Oh good, my max stamina went up. Oh, that's interesting though. That seems like max stamina just goes up basically from like collecting data rather than having to like gather points. But maybe I'm wrong. See, like, look at that. It just does it. It just does it. Okay, chat, there's a girl for you. She's nerdy. She's got glasses. I can't hold the camera steady because it wants to keep defaulting back. But maybe you'll be able to summon her. I don't like that she's not voiced in the slightest. Like, she doesn't even have a voice line, but... Dude, why can't you guys have normal names like Ted, and Bob, and Simon? Oh, you're gonna act like Tracy Jacks is a weird name? Your name is fucking Rover. You may as well be a dog. In fact, there's a dog. Oh yes, Uncle Jang and Xiao Sui. I probably butchered that.
州の中枢信号本州最大のサーバー、まあつまり
Okay.
今まで見てきた信号塔は全部
Resonance
で
beacons.
も信号塔間ではデータが共有、デバイスをそこに置けば登録完了だよ。
Healing finished. Any favorite characters so far? No. No, the closest thing is the redhead. Maybe the milfy girl with the nice body. I mean, that's just straight stolen from Genshin, and I find that fucking hilarious. Oh, chat, look, it's Mulan!
Go.
Oh, like I said, chat, like, people were saying this game was going to be better because it was Kuro Games, but I straight up just anticipated this is a Genshin-style game. Especially with regards to its gacha. Take the elevator to reach the hall? I didn't see an elevator back here. Gacha's a little bit better than Genshin. Is it? But is Pity 80 in Genshin as well? Soft Pity at 70 and Hard Pity at 90. Wait, huh? No, chat, y'all can say soft pity. That's not a thing. I'm sorry. I still find that concept from the Genshin community laughable. Okay, how do I take this? Okay, so it's 90 basically. I don't know why, I'm just exploring chat. Don't mind me. It's a beautifully aesthetic world. I actually do really like the way this looks, the way this area is designed. It's because it reminds me of something else, but... Be the burb. What is soft pity? I think it's the point at which people consider you to have a good chance of hitting the SSR.
ここにいる人たちも越見を申請したようですが、すでに却下されたみたいですね。手続きの際に この絵が引き換えさせました。
But to me, it's like that's not even really pity, right? Because there's no guarantee you get it. Saying it's like a soft pity is like not a thing. To me, that's like saying that FGO has a soft pity every time it has a solo raid up.
サンカさんのたった一言で引き換えさせられたとか。
何それ、某髪が蛇の残像みたいに石にでもされたのか。
霊院様に仕える子。
ああ、冷酷な眼差しと優れた武才を持つ全能の冷徹美人
All around Death Glare / Terminator Ice Beauty.
という噂を聞いたことがある。
そうですね。でもそもそもレフォームや書類処理のため多忙というのもありますが、州の主である以上その地と一体となる必要があります。霊院様がいない州に何か危機が迫っている。
何か大変なことが起きるって。おお、さすが漂白者。でもまあ正直疑いようがないよね。レイン様が言ってたこと全部当てはまるんだもん。できるよ。
漂白者さん、何つまり？漂白者さんが。
そうそう、私もよくわからないけどレイン様。
それでもやはりなるほど。漂白者さん、
Okay.
越見は同行が認めあなたの会。
うんうん。
Yeah, I'm just gonna skip all that potential side content right there.
行こう。
Is that the actual clock? Huh. I will say their models definitely feel very nice. Like with how like all the physics on them are enabled and everything. Like the character does look like it's naturally running around.
では少々お待ちを。
Hello everybody from Ventat's stream. How's it going? We're just checking out Wuthering Waves here. You're getting eyeballed right now. We've arrived. Hello Z. How are you guys doing? How was stream? What are you guys up to today? Oh, the bodyguard.
この絵の参加と申します。現在、レイン様は辺定を離れておいてですが、出立レイン様曰く、言葉で説明せずともその印が指す場所にあなたが求める答えが。
I wish that were the case. But thank you for the 11 Ventas. Appreciate it, my man. He skipped a 10 roll. My god.
それまでであれば、レイン様に必ずお会いできます。
Got it.
レイン様はここにはおりませんゆえ、それにお答えすることはできません。ですが、あなた様はその者たちとあなた様の違いは何なのかということですね。 私の目には生き物の周波数が映ります。
Ah, so you have hacks.
いや、
DQ is now NP3. Nice. Yeah, I haven't rolled for DQ. I like part of me wants to because he's story locked, but I don't know. I feel like I'll just be patient and I'll find another opportunity to roll because like I don't hate Moriarty or anything like that, but I also don't feel like I need him on my account.
この世に存在している
Nice.
それぞれ違いがあります。
There's no way evidence that skipping is moral. It's not. I've told people this before, but it's like whenever you press the button to roll, that is when your roll is determined. So skipping it just accelerates your ability to find out the result. It doesn't change the result.
通行権限の認証にはデバイス操作が必要です。これはレイン様からの指示ですので。
Oh, I skip to save time. Yeah, like I don't fault anyone that wants to skip, but at the same time, I actually just enjoy taking my time with it.
オブジェクト操作、鍵縄などの機能が使えるようになります。また、あなた様の通行権限の認証につきましても、デバイスコードを各席口と信号塔に送信しましたので、担当者にデバイス要は今週各地はい返定も含めまた失礼ながらお尋ねしますが。 もしまだでしたら、レイン様が返定内に手配。
Royal Suite, here I come.
私にお声掛けください。お部屋もわかりました。では私はここで。
A sugar pearl, sweet. Oh, I didn't need to know that. Oh, okay. You gonna make me? You're gonna make me look at all this? Yeah, it's no problem. Thank you again for the raid, Ventos. Appreciate it. Spends is 80% of the fun. I agree. Make each individual summon an animation. Most of them spoil the results at the start. A lot of them back in the day used to be that way, but yeah, nowadays I'd say most of the newer gacha games just accelerate the process.
漂白者、結構時間かかったね。もしかしてレイン様。
Basically, she's not in City Hall, even though she wanted us to meet her in City Hall.
軍作府、それにここは交流で今週何千年もの間にいろんなことが残像庁だって毎年来てるものだし、それに頼もしい危機に当面しようとも皆一丸となれ。この3日間、漂白者さんには何か計画はありますか？漂白者さん、レイン様に渡され。
Okay.
なんか思ったより小さいね。これらの印、特に飴玉に対し。飴といえばお菓子。お菓子のことなら、
But I still can't tell chat. Like I'm still not able to roll, right? Oh god, what did I click on? Yeah, again.
過疎研究員までまだ距離がある。前に常備機能をインストールしましたよね。
Okay.
まずはデバイスにある探索道具を選択して、そんで鍵縄を選んでおけばいいんだって。
Oh, it's a challenge. Okay, never mind.
ちょっとあ、ごめん。これから仕事に何か急用があったら私の名前を大声で呼んで。さすれば名前を呼びながらデバイスでこれ以上だ。
はいはい、漂白者さん、中へ。
Oh. I saw the chest up here, but I was just like, oh god, I'm just like locked in. Does whatever a spider cat does? Yep. Monster Hunter Rise? Maybe, right?
返信はないですね。実験中でしょうか。そちらにいる方は安全。
どうした？私は骨の髄見た。
モルトフィーさん。
なるほど。
いえいえいえ。
白紙さんならデータ分析室にいるはずだ。
ありがとうございます。この方が安全課のモルトフィーさん。ネオユニオン出身の方で、数年前から過疎研究員。
Yeah, so far, Bakshi is like the best looking one of the bunch. Honestly, I low-key actually like that they're TLDRing this and not making you have to explain everything to every character.
測定には放射線。ええ、そう、ここで待ってて。
何か注意事項があればあらかじめご説明を。
検査と測定には
漂白者さん。
別にいいけど、後で私のところ。検査機器は全て調整済みよ。準備できたら始めましょう。無感者を再現してみて。
Try your best.
なるほど。加えてあなたのデバイスに無感者のデータはない。無感者の周波数エナジーはあなたに飲み込まれた。でもその仕組みはさっぱりわからない。まるであなたの体の中に周波数エナジーを吸収する化け物の定義がわからないけれど、一般的に周波数エナジーの異常がもたらす共鳴者の精神と能力に過負荷が加わることによって引き起こされる症状。でも交流ではオーバークロックのリスクをあなたの波形グラフは高い安定性を示した。だからしばらくはそのリスクについて考えなくても
Is it a top tier story or just filler for
端
gacha?
的に言えばあなたの体にはもう一つの空間。
I think it's an interesting story so far, but whether or not it continues to be interesting will remain to be seen.
宇宙を秘めている。どうやら実戦でそのまま動かずデバイスをが作った疑似ソノラ。私とヤンヤンがサポートするわ。いつも通り残像と戦ってみて。これで電音。理論に誤りが。行くよ。一気に行くよ。やっ。うどんと同じね。あなたの体に無感者の影響は見られない。至って正常よ。より 細なデータが欲しい。次はもっと負荷をかけるわよ。
My God, game.
これも音の力ね。この手に集え。この身を刃に。せい。周波数エナジーに見られたわ。これもあなたの共鳴能力にあなたの可能性はまだまだ未知数。さらなる検証が必要ね。真理へと至る道。
Okay, so it looks like she's a healer. Is what I'm seeing.
行くよ。やっはっ。これも音の力ね。データ回収完了。前方の出口から戻ってきて。
Nice hips, yes. Try to leave.
途絶えた。どうも様子がおかしい。もう一回出口に行ってみる。また戻ってきた。それにこの月は一体。あれは残像？
That's a lot of hands.
漂白者さん、漂白者さん。ああ、よかった。白紙、さっきのは一体。
漂白者、疑似ソノラで何が起こったの？
Nope, because my character has no emotion at all.
もっと詳しい情報が欲しい。鎌を持つ巨大な残像。無感者ではない。これは疑似ソノラの稼働開始後、ソノラは特定の場面を完全に再現できる。客観的。そして研究員が開発したこのこれが異常周波数の混入を防げない理由。つまり可能性としてソノラに入った時のあなたの心境。
They definitely throw just a shit ton of like terms at you. It's all a bunch of like jargon.
すぐに結論を出すことは不可能ね。
I am a free ad.
ソノラの動作確認はとにかく身体系も何か異常を感じたらすぐ私に連絡して。
So wait, did I now finally unlock rolling? Oh look, now the store is unlocked. How convenient. Yeah, I definitely unlocked rolling. I don't want to. You can't make me. Yeah. Like, is this the only characters that are on this? Okay, she's nice. Finally, they put some kind of blonde in the game, and it's a fucking lolly. That's at least cute. Oh, they've also got weapon gotcha. Wait, what? So I guess if you've rolled enough, you just get this? You can pick the weapon you want, yeah, but I mean, I have like no idea at the moment what I want. Because it's like, I have no idea what these do. Like, I have no idea who they're for, right? Like, I may select the wrong weapon for like a character that I just can't even like use it, right? Okay. 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 Okay.
Oh, いつものおしゃべりタイムね。今回のお悩みは
Impressive. Broad blade? What is a broad blade? Director of Border Defense at the Ministry of Development. Okay. Like the game doesn't really like seem to denote. This is like a slender sword. This is like a big sword. I don't know what this is. Gauntlets? Like a shield to me, but I guess it's a melee, like a fist weapon. Like lagged there. There's no distinction between sword in this game, seemingly. It seems like there's two different. Oh boy, the girl that we already got, I think. Question mark. Did we already have her for free? Ooh, a 4-star weapon. Converted. Discord, oh yeah. Yeah, so is this a broad blade? I assume this is a broad blade. Broad blade of the Voyager. Okay, never mind. I have no idea. Neo, thank you for the resub. Appreciate it. So I don't have enough to do another roll, unfortunately. Which means I gotta like get more. Unless there's like a way to get more. So, chat, we can convert Asterite, right? Check mail. I already did. I'll hold off on that. Ugh. Yeah, so we did already have her. This is now the like arrow damage bonus. So we got a second copy of her basically. What does she actually use? No, why is it locked? Oh, it's locked so that I can't like accidentally burn it. Interesting. I get a strange feeling this could be one of those things though where it's like, because the 4-star you just can't get a bunch of it, so you're gonna instead actually be better off like leveling up the 3 stars since you can get infinite of them. How do you save? What, you mean like save the game? You shouldn't need to, it's always online type deal.
モルトフィーさん、測定の
結論から話します。また他に機器の測定結果からただし適合するパーツがあれば、飛行術は私の専門ではないのですが、これが黒石武器、とにかくパーツを取り付けてですが、
Okay.
パーツがどのような単純明快内包物が破壊されるリスクを着信が入ったので、どうされました？耳が早いですね。確かに美しい。
漂白者さん、なんだかモルトフィーさんまだ組み立てのお願いはしてないのに、完成までもうしばらくかかるみたいです。漂白者さん、
Investigate the surrounding or talk to him.
君の言うと君のお待たせしました。日時計、この日時計の内部にはまた全体の設計図は私が作成します。
あれだけ言われたのでかなり覚悟をして、まあ確かに立つ。漂白者さん、危険な。
Okay.
漂白者さん、漂白者さん、そこにパーツ。多分これですね。さあ、モルトフィーさんのと。
So I'm just wondering if there's a way to like convert the currency.
モルトフィーさん、パーツの箱を見つけました。
どれどれ。
こちらも検査の結果が出た。このマンゴスチンは何の変哲もない普通の果物。紫の葉っぱの方は非常に軽微な残像周波数が検出された。それに
This is only a thing during cutscenes. If you're talking and it's clearly not a cutscene, you can skip right through. But the second you're in a cutscene, you can't.
過去のデータを照合すると会食の影響を受けた地域のものと推測できる。
会食は悲鳴後に発生した異変に対する総称です。無音区をはじめ天空海、疎開雨、重力喪失、ありし日には起こり得なかった異変のそして
飴玉については成分分このタイプのワクチンは低温保存したところでせいぜい2年しか持たないのだけれど、
20年も前のワクチンですか。この飴玉20年ほど前に本州で子供たち
飴玉タイプのワクチンなら、でもあそこは資料の分類方法が特殊だから、先にロビーにある情報デバイスで棚を調べてから行った方がいいわ。
モルトフィーさん、
組み立て完了。これが日時計の元の姿です。
もう回せますか。
はい、正しい方位と時間の情報を入手し、指針をそれに合わせればからくりが解除されるはずです。おい、無理やり開けると中の情報が破壊されると言ったでしょ。そうなってしまったら総理のやつがここに舞い降りたとしても直せませんよ。
知識と師匠、転換知識は交流特有。
That is literally the most like expression and personality the main character has shown in the entire like first hour and a half of me playing.
一体これで
命名規則ね。これはコーラン類書の構築にも使
Her
われた
smiling and being like tee hee
伝統的な方法。
was literally like the most she's
だから
done.
今でも交流の大多数の図書館で分類や作品に採用されているの。院内の公衆資料室でも十二支を用いて資料の分類をしているわね。
Okay. Czar, thank you for the 58. How's it going, bud? Yeah, Bakshi or whatever is probably the best one, but I don't know if you saw this, Czar, but I managed to roll this lady. Getting your ass kicked in Sekiro? Oh, I see. You should let me watch you get your ass kicked in Sekiro in VIP.
行こう。立つに馬羊。
Hi, Wild Zen. How's it going?
今週が一行性。今週は記述にのみ残されたあの強大な。
Don't care. Gonna be honest. Story's getting really convoluted if they want you to read lore dumps this fast. Not a Kuro game? Yeah. You liked it so far? Combat-wise, I actually vastly prefer this over Genshin so far because there's definitely more going on. But I'm not gonna lie, they're throwing just a shit ton of stuff at you here in the beginning. And it's kind of a turn off. Like, I am just hard locked in. Servers are also like laggy as all get out right now, but that's kind of to be expected. Enjoying the NPC diversity though. The world certainly feels more alive than Genshin. I will give it that. And I think, you know, from back when you were streaming it to Discord and like the early days of the closed beta, like this just looks way better than it used to.
漂白者の体の具合は白紙によると印についても至って普通の位置にあと失踪届が
Need a slower ramp up story wise. Yeah, they're just throwing a shit ton of jargon at you, and I've gotten to the point where it's like I don't care. Because it's like you have no concept of any of this stuff really yet, and they're just throwing it all at you, and I'm like, my brain hurts.
このままダラダラしてたら
Let us play? Yeah, exactly. They're not letting you like experience it, and they're instead forcing you to read about it and tell you about it. And I'm like, just let me do that. Hello, Exalted. How are you doing? That's all I know so far, pretty much. Rest until the next morning. You can change your time in the terminal. It just like literally said it. I didn't even get to change it to it. Okay. Oh, look, let's go look at the store chat. Oh my god. Can be purchased repeatedly. A Lunite subscription. The Welkin. Yeah, to be the gacha systems, it's just Genshin. Oh boy, a currency that I don't have. This is probably the paid currency if I had to bet. Okay, so I could buy more. Aftershocked coral. Does look like this has a limit, but this is all time oriented. I'm gonna guess forging tides are limiteds. This is permanents. And no, sorry. This is limited weapons. This is limited units, and this is permanent units. Does that imply there's not an existence of permanent weapons? I mean, I guess so, but like because they're probably just on the permanent unit banner. Still, combat looks simpler and more skill-based in WoW. Simpler? No, I don't think combat's simpler in WoW. I think Genshin Impact is far more simple than this. But like, I do think that this is a much more involved combat system and better for that reason. Like, I think Genshin is basically 2 buttons and a dream. So you can exchange this way. It's about 160 per. And that's just for the title stuff. Is there any other way to spend the title stuff? Doesn't really look like it. So, I mean, I guess like, in theory, you should be trying to get Radiant Tides from this with all of your stuff. My problem is like, will I get Lustrous Tide from anything else? Because I need Lustrous Tide to be able to like continue to pull to get up to 50 to do the original thing there. The flag. Yeah, it's so hard to like run right now. I assume you can just spend it off the gacha screen. Probably. I just want to see what the conversion rate was. The only reason it's made like this is to predate on people. Oh yeah, 100%. Like you won't hear me deny that. That's the way, and the reason that like so many gacha games do this is because of that. It's why they use a different currency than just like, how much does this cost? Oh, $2. Right? The second you put an actual monetary value on it, people begin to value it as that, rather than like, oh hey, you know, each one of these is like, I don't know, like some condensed pandas, and it's like, okay, cool, well how many condensed pandas do I need to roll the new gacha unit? Oh, well you only need 40 condensed pandas, and it's like, okay, but 40 condensed pandas times $2 each is $80. And then you start going like, oh okay, that actually sounds expensive, hold on. So it's when you detach it from the actual monetary cost that people are able to like sort of obfuscate it a little bit more and make it less clear that it's actually costing you money directly. Elemental reaction system in Genshin is good, Imo. Oh, true. Yeah, I did forget about that. So, like, at least there is that sort of thing going on in Genshin. I don't hate the elemental reactions. I think it's designed bad in Genshin. Mostly because it feels to me like certain elements are just way stronger than others. But I think a lot of that just actually is not a problem with, like, the elemental system. It's a problem with the developer and their, like, lack of ability to, like, do buffs to things. I don't know why they just don't want to, but they just seemingly just don't want to. So it's like, I know they ended up going through and kind of like buffing, was it lightning after a while, but... So wait, can I only have 2 resonators in my party? Is there a way to change my party? Okay. So you will just get her for free if you log in. Send in aces? I don't know what this is. Oh, cool. So if I just get my union level up, I'll get 5 more to be able to roll. I just don't. What is this? This is like the trial? Is that what it is? Ace's character test. Okay, yeah. I was gonna say, I was like, huh? Wait, what? I think her heavy attack is a counter move, yeah.
わけだぞ。
Oh, she yawns.
倍になれ。皆ほど知らず。
Yeah, I don't understand his move because, like,
距離を保つか。
so I guess I can snipe with it.
消してやる。はっ。静かにしろ。
この身を刃に吸収。はっぜ風よ起これ。はっいつも同調。いや平気です。加速します。追い打ち。 食べー。はい。私が守る。打ち砕く。はっ。岩より固く。
Yeah, holding it down does nothing.
怒りました。おやし尽くす。
心配しないで。世話が天のさっさくに。いや。
Okay. Yeah, I do not understand this. Like, okay, so I need to hit it with R2. So he just has a different control scheme. That's the only problem with it. Like, I didn't have the time in the middle of combat to sit there and look more at the UI. But, like, that makes more sense. That I was, like, sitting there, I'm like, oh, okay, hold on. I'm, like, literally holding down the attack button, and it wants me to attack again somehow. And I, like, tried with different buttons, but it never occurred to me to try R2, because R2 is the ultimate button. Okay, so that one we can claim the rewards for. So I guess we'll try with the brand new 5-star that, like, everyone should clearly roll because, hey, it's the opening unit, right? So it's clearly going to be the most destructive one. I mean, he just feels way fucking fluid. Okay. Yeah, he can definitely juggle. The lag is like ruining it. Come on. I can't even tell what's going on anymore. Damn, he's just juggling them. Holy shit. Wow. Like his ult just has that drag and it just like basically just juggles the whole lot of them all together. Something happened, I missed it. No, you saw it. It was just a picture book. We had to turn the page. Okay, let's try him. How do you hold square triangles? I guess it's hold and then press, but... Oh, so there's actual combos. Interesting. Is this a male or a female? I'm gonna be real with y'all. I can't tell. Feels to me it's female, but... Definitely fast. This is like the ka-ching, it feels like. Yeah. Quick, someone take a picture. She definitely feels a little animation locky, as I was just getting hit like a crap ton. Self-buffer that burns her own HP. Is that what was going on? Is that why it was taking so much damage? Because, yeah, like, it definitely felt like she was by far the squishiest out of everybody I've used. Like, just trying to do stuff, she just took damage. But at the same time, it didn't feel like her damage was very good. It felt like she was just hitting very lightly, but maybe the enemies in this one were specifically more tanky. So I can't really tell. And this is Chishia. Daka. Okay. Oh, she reminds me of that one character from Tower of Fantasy. So it's actually nice that she basically like backs up as she does this stuff.
いくよでいそれ
So you can see these are just basic attacks.
えいほらほらふっやっいい感じこんなもんじゃないよ
I see what's going on. Well, I mean, not with the lag, but you know.
痛いってうわー絶好調だよいくよはっでい危なかった
Yeah, I actually kind of like her moveset. It's not bad. Maybe I didn't understand the other gun user, but hers seems far more intuitive. His seemed weird to me. Super early in the morning when the game will be less busy. Yeah. Okay, so that was the test of all of them. And then basically, yeah, we just need to get to the Union level 4 at this point, which I don't know. I wonder how the easiest way to level up your Union level is. It's probably doing main story. The glider is like ridiculously slow for how fast everything else in the game is.
者がそういった素材が必要な場合は訓練
Okay, you're gonna make me. Not that I mind, but I find it funny that it's like, oh yeah. Well, wait, what if I didn't want to level Yang Yang? What if I wanted to level my main character? This is actually really weird that they force you to level not the main character. Okay. Oh no, this is me doing it, chat. This isn't the game forcing me. Okay. At SOL phase 2? I have no idea what that means. Let's just level everybody. Shit out of luck.
ヤンヤン聞こえたあの方向は新兵訓練を任されている
Oh, huh. Weapon enhancement, character enhancement, indispensable resources. It's money and something else. I don't really know what the types are yet, so fuck it, just get MP'd. It's like they give you plenty of time on that, so yes, claim the rewards. So we'll go ahead and spend all the AP down. Okay. I feel like this is just the easiest way to get it done, and I'm also gaining experience too, so yeah. I'm already liking this game a lot. Like I said, to me the biggest issues with it right now are the lag, which should go away in time, and like basically the just sheer like bogging down they're doing with the story. But besides that, I don't have much issue with it. 3 is in dire need of an editor. Yeah. It's just like I can't say it's like bad or anything like that. It just straight up is throwing way too much crap at you at the beginning. Like in that regard, it might be the worst start to a gacha game I've ever seen. But it be what it be, right? Like, I can't judge the story from that. You know, games that organically tell you turbo tome of lore? Yeah. Huh? How did I end up on her? Too fast for the game. It can't handle it. All right, now we're done with my quote-unquote resin, AP, whatever you want to call it. I do find that an interesting concept about these games is that they have their AP tied to resource gain and not to, like, world exploration. Okay. Now we can at least do another roll, chat. Let's go ahead, throw it on in. See what I get out. Because it should be, what, my third roll? Oh boy, a purple, an urple. Yeah. Oh, by Bakshi. Sweet. We got the hot woman. We got the hot woman, chat. We did it. Yeah, I got that. There needs to just be a claim all button. I'm sorry. I know, like, later on down the line, it's not that big of a deal, but... Dopamine flash screen drip feed, though? Oh, you right. So... See, the only problem with this is, like, the concept of rolling the quote-unquote permanent banner, to me, seems a little oof. I just wish you could basically see, like... I assume these are all the 5 stars, and it's like... I wish we could, okay, so... Fusion, Aero, Glacio, Spectro, Electro. But I wish you could see like all the units that were on the banner. Permanent 5-star. Yeah, I got that. All right, chat. It is midnight. Cat's getting tired, so we're gonna go ahead and end it here. Especially since I'm nowhere close to being able to do another roll. But this is definitely interesting so far. We'll just have to kind of see what's going on with it. Oh God. Let me send you guys over to Mr. CZ. And I will be back tomorrow. Like I said, we may do more Wuthering Waves. We may do more variety. It'll just depend. In the interim, we're definitely going to be doing more of the Grail front, and I probably need to do the actual like event guide for Hakenden. So, but in the meantime, again, I hope you guys have a good evening. Thank you guys for staying late. I know I ran over, but just kind of wanted to test this out a little bit. So, have a good one and good night.
でも心配はいりませんよ。